What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What is up? How are y'all doing today? Hey, it is Friday. Y'all already know what that means. That means we about to be in here having a good old time. I hope y'all had a very fun week. I know I had a very interesting week. I don't know if y'all heard, but a little trailer drop, little hashtag went super viral. People been talking about a little movie that's coming out. Whatever, nothing crazy, right? But hey, it is what it is. It's just another Friday for us. We finna get in here and we about to talk about everything and all the news that has been going on. Because oh my God, there's been so much news. And I cannot wait. I cannot wait to tell everybody and talk to y'all about it all. Just a couple quick housekeeping notes. We are I know I said that this week we weren't going to have a live. I messed up. It's actually next week. Next week there will be no live. I will be I'm going to be a little preoccupied, spending time with the family. You got to put some time with the fam, right? So no live next week. And to be honest with you, I need a break. I ain't going to lie. I've had my own stresses, anxieties, and all this other stuff going on, and it's time to decompress. So I am gonna be taking just a little break. So nothing next week. But of course, after that, we will absolutely jump right back into gear and do that. So, if you're looking for a live, sorry, not gonna happen. But I will do what I gotta do. You guys have this. Shout out to the replay gang. And yeah, so just wanted to give you guys that heads up right there. Let's see. So we do have a lot to cover. So what I'm gonna try and do is I'm gonna try and go through a lot of the topics a little bit quicker because I know y'all want to get to the juicy stuff. I know, I get it, but of course, like somebody was asking me, they was like, when you gonna talk about RecastTChalla and we gonna talk about John Campea? And I was like, I think what did they say? They was like, are you gonna talk about it first? And I was like, no, y'all finna get the main topics. Stay for the end. That's the whole point. You don't eat the main course first. You get the appetizers first, right? Like that's y'all gonna get full on these breadsticks first. Okay, that's just how we gonna do this. Just want to let y'all know y'all gonna eat these breadsticks. Okay, so yes, we gonna have the little appetizers first, and then we gonna get to the good stuff because there's a lot to really cover. But I did reduce some of the topics so that way we can kind of get to the good stuff. Anyway, speaking of going through things quickly, let me also give some quick shout outs too. I want to give a quick shout out to Black Girl Nerds. Matter of fact, let me make sure I give them the proper Black Girl Nerds in the event that you were unaware. The Black Girl Nerds, which by the way, please go follow, please go subscribe, do what you got to do. But I had the opportunity. I don't see it. I had the opportunity. Anyway, y'all can find it on there, I'm sure. Wait, it's on the podcast. Hold on. Let me get it. Boom. There we go. Let me give them the proper due here. Shout out to the Black Girl Nerds. They had me on their show one more time right there. You can go there. We were talking RecastTChalla and the trailer reaction, to Black Panther Wakanda Forever. And I have to say it was a fun conversation. It was a fruitful conversation. And what I respect about them the most is the fact that, hey, we don't have to agree with everything, but at the same time, we can have a civil conversation. So shout out to them. We had a very, very good conversation. I would strongly encourage that you go and check that out. That is blackgirlnerds.com under their podcast section. Give that a listen. In addition to that, I also want to say shout out to the For All Nerds podcast as well. They also had me on there. And we also talked about Black Panther Wakanda Forever and the trailer reaction. Now, I might have been in the minority, because if their platform, they've had me on there before, but they also are not for the recast. Like they disagree. but I do want to commend them, and I do want to say thank you to them, because they didn't have to have me on there, right? Like they didn't have to have a dissenting opinion, but they did anyway. So while we do respectfully disagree, again, we do it civilly and respectfully. And that, at the end of the day, is, I think, what everybody and anybody has always wanted. At the end of the day, I don't care what side of any debate you on, everybody wants to be heard and everyone wants to be understood. And as long as that happens, whether you agree or not, it doesn't matter as much, right? Like, as long as you can say, hey, you heard me out and you understood me, cool. I heard you out, I understood you, cool. I don't agree, you don't agree, fine. But that's all you can ask for. So I do want to give them a shout out for them giving me that space to talk. And I will say, I'll just say this: bookmark. There's a certain part in that episode, and I'm gonna see if I can maybe grab that clip one day. There's a certain part that I want y'all to just kind of remember. I'll just say we will revisit that at a later time. Just we will revisit that. So just know that. But anyway, so shout out to them. And let me also give another shout out. Shout out to April Rain. That is Ms. Oscar So White, the person that created Oscar So White. I want to, there was a lot of talk on Twitter and all this stuff, and a lot of people that have been like, and we'll talk about it. There were a lot of misinformation that's been out there for RecastTChalla, and for whatever reason, I don't know, she couldn't tag me on stuff, so I decided to jump in, volunteer myself, and say like, hey, I'm here to answer every and any question you have, like, what's up? So, listen, we had a long conversation all the way till 4 in the AM. Okay, it was a long conversation. And she decided to, I don't know, keep trying to requote my stuff to put me on Front Street, but what am I gonna do? Hide? I have nothing to hide. I know what I'm talking about. So and here's the thing, again, there are gonna be some quotes that we will revisit at a later point. But at the end of the day, I do want to say thank you to her, because again, she didn't have to engage with me, but she decided to, and that was cool. And I will say thank you to her, whether she knows it or not, and other people alike, for keeping RecastTChalla trending. Because hey, shout out to all the blue check marks out there for whether you agree with it or not, you're keeping it trending, and I appreciate that. Because when I started RecastTChalla, I told y'all this was never supposed to be about, a war or a fight or anything like that. It was always a conversation. So even when you're sitting here thinking you hating on it, you're actually adding to the cause, which is to keep this a conversation. That's why T'Challa right now is actually trending. That was the point. So thank you. Even if you're against it, thank you. I appreciate y'all. All right, now let's go. Man, listen, T'Challa been trending for 5 days straight. Okay. So look, hate it or not, y'all having a conversation, right? Win. Anywho, let's do some quick shout outs and then we're gonna get started with the news, because I know y'all impatient. Y'all want to hear about the other stuff. All right, let's get to this. Alex King, what's going on? Thank you so much for joining. Appreciate you. King of Hearts, hello, good to see you. Craig, what's going on? Thank you so much. Ricky, how you doing? Thank you so much for making it. Joey, what's going on? I see you. Keith, what's up? How you doing? J Rob, how you doing? Jim, how you doing? I'm a little iffy about highlighting your name though, but thank you so much for that, Jim. ER's grandpa, hello, good to see you. Cynthia, what's up? How you doing? Excuse me. Bucko, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. Always good to see the vet in the building. Iceman is here. What's going on? Thank you so much for making it out. Paul, hello, good to see you. Eric, what's going on? Good to see you. Another vet in the building there. Let's see. Latrice, hello, good to see you too. Let's see. Hold on. Wait. There we go. My homie, Rebecca. Hello. Good to see you. Another homie, Kristen Pratt, Mod Squad, vet in the building. Good to see you. Let's see. My man Johnny's in the building. Always fun to see your vets. Shout out to all the vets, by the way. Let's see. Ray Guns is here. What's up? MC Harris, how you doing? Let's see, Miss Harper. Come on now, Miss Harper's here. Y'all, good to see you as always. Another vet in the building. Victor's here. Thank you so much. Kyle, what's going on? Joy, what's going on, Joy? I don't think I'll see you in a minute, but I'm glad to see you. Thank you so much. Dewan, I believe. Hello. Good to see you. Let's see, Carvan, what's going on? Shauna, I see you too. Thank you so much for making it out. Let's see. Hold on. Let me go. Reggie, what's up? Good to see you too. There we go. Big Bo's in the building. What's going on, brother? My man Minister Crush is right behind you. Good to see you. Shar, hello. Good to see you. Don't worry. We're gonna talk about Mr. Campea in just a little bit. Don't worry. We're gonna get to that. That's at the end. We definitely gonna talk about that. Let's see. Silver Wishes, good to see you. Thank you so much. Jarrell, what's up? How you doing? Howard, how you doing? Thank you so much for making it out. My man Nelson V is here. Thank you so much. Kimmy J is in the building, y'all. Good to see you too. Got Aloha, hello. Good to see you. Mr. Hughes, hello, sir. Good to see you as well. Let's see, my man Diddy is here. What's going on? Rhonda's here too. Pamela's here. Shout out to everybody that has made it out. I appreciate all of you taking the time to come out because, again, you could be anywhere else, but you decided to come here, and I appreciate you. All right, let's get to some of these comments. Then we're going to jump right into the topics. What do we have here? Dance a Dog, keep the faith, stay positive, everyone, and yes, RecastTChalla. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that very, very much. And I absolutely encourage that everyone stay super positive. I don't care what side of the debate you are on. Positivity is the only and the best way to go about things, because honestly, negativity, it doesn't attract as much and it turns people off. It's attractive. People love negativity, but they don't listen to what you have to say. So yes, I'm with you 100% on that. Thank you so much for that. Let's see, Dre Mac, relax and recuperate, bro. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. I will absolutely do that. Man, listen, I need it because woo, man, some people, when I tell you, like, I was never big on Twitter, you know what I'm saying? Like I just started Twitter like not too long ago, and it was just so funny to me because people would be like, "Ugh, Twitter's so ugly. It's a cesspool of stuff." And I'll be like, "Man, whatever. That's just internet." Let me tell you something. Well, I'll tell you all about that later. But I'll just say Twitter is weird. Twitter is weird. Anywho, let's go on. Let's see who else we got. William, thank you so much for that. Not sure where your comment is. I'm gonna see if I can find it though. But thank you so much, William. I appreciate you. Let's see if I can find it. If I can't, I'm sorry, but I appreciate the comment nevertheless. Wait. Let's see. They want to turn this into a man versus woman. I think I don't know if that's your comment, but if you're talking about RecastTChalla, yes, it is very unfortunate if anybody is trying to turn this into a gender war, because at the last, I mean, that is so far away from what RecastTChalla has always been about. It has never, ever been about dividing genders at all. As a matter of fact, it's about uplifting both. It's not about uplifting one at the expense of the other. So yes, any type of gender divide or whatever is whack. And it is not what we are talking about and not what we stand for whatsoever. Oh my God, come on now. Look, this is a top. Let me say something real quick. My man Marcus J. I ain't even gonna read your comment yet. Let me give you your props. This brother has come to this channel consistently, always contributing, always showing love, always just doing the most. And I appreciate you, brother. Before I can even get to that comment, I want to make sure that you understand how much I appreciate how much you do for this channel. And I really mean that for real. So thank you, man. For real. All right, let's get to it. What'd you say? What up, E-fam? First time in a live in a minute. RecastTChalla saves TChalla. Albanese gummies to go. Yes, indeedy. Side note, I brought in the original and I bought the original and sour flavor gummies for my first day as a therapist. Woo, woo. Thanks for getting me through and seeing me. Yes. Congratulations to you. I'm glad you're on the Albanese train. It has been going hard, I'm telling you, and it is fantastic. And again, thank you, brother, for supporting the channel the way that you do. It means the world to me. Thank you so much, man. For real, for real. Let's see what else we got. Another top supporter, that is my man Derek Gaines. Hi, E-Man. Can we have a after dark when you come back? Enjoy your rest. You've put in the work. Now rest. Hi, is Kobe, aka Atomic Dog. I have to remember to do an after dark, so hopefully I don't forget. But let's see, Kobe. What has Kobe been doing? Oh, well, this ain't like, it's not big news. I don't know. It's Kobe related news. You know, I've been hearing Kobe growl a lot more lately. I don't know why. Like this, like I just be coming in the house and like one time, what was it? I think it was the other night. I fell asleep watching some movie, and I woke up like, you know, in like early in the morning. It was like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. So I wake up on the couch, and all of a sudden I hear, Arr! I'm like, what the heck? What is wrong with this dog? And he's sleeping his little kennel or whatever. Like, bro, what done got you all aggravated? Arr! He said it with his chest. Said it with his real chest. I'm like, bro, I don't know what kind of, maybe you dreaming. Maybe something's going on with Kobe. I don't know. The next day, I'm sitting here playing with Kobe or whatever, roll him over, and all of a sudden, I'm like, oh, snaps. The little dog's second ball done dropped. Okay, he feeling himself now. He a grown man now. He only like, what, 6, 7 months now? Also, you a big boy now. Okay, you got 2 balls. So now you feel it with your chest. Okay, Kobe, I see you. I see you. Don't let them little chihuahuas come after you again now. Don't you let me see you get punked now. You got 2 balls. You're swinging them low now. Okay, now. But anyway, that's the only, I guess that's the news. My man's dropped his second ball. So I guess he fully into little dog adulthood or something. I don't know. He grown now. He grown now. So anyway, that's the only Kobe update I got for you. But thank you so much for that, man. Appreciate you. Let's see. Who else do we have? Let's see. My man Eric, what you got? Hey, E-Man, I commented RecastTChalla on a YouTuber's review of Wakanda Forever, and that person and others said I was bringing negative energy. Yeah, you know what? It's really sad because, as I've said many, many times, how many times? I'm a broken record when I tell y'all, if you're gonna use the hashtag, don't attach it to nothing negative. Don't go cussing somebody out and be like, man, your mama is a doot. RecastTChalla. You don't think people gonna want to twist that and make you look negative? So you could have said something phenomenal. You could have said something inspiring, uplifting, whatever. But because somebody else said something negative with the hashtag and that person saw that, they're going to judge you based off of what they saw elsewhere. That's why I've said, you don't know who's listening. You don't know who's watching. You have to be positive if you're going to sit here and represent that movement. It's important because, unfortunately, people don't always want to listen, and people are not always aware, and people are not always informed. So sometimes all they're going to get is maybe one impression. And if that one impression is a negative one, then all of them are negative. That's why you have to stay consistent and stay positive. Because if you feed into that negativity, you're ruining it for everyone else. You're ruining all the years and the year and a half worth of work everyone put into this. So if you get caught up in, and we're going to talk about that for sure some more, but if you get caught up in the nastiness, and if you going in the back and forth, and you calling people out their name, you disrespecting people, I don't care if they did it to you first. I'm saying if you're going out there wearing the RecastTChalla badge, you have a higher level of responsibility of making sure that what you say, if you're representing, if this is what you're representing, you have a higher level of responsibility to make sure that that does not tarnish the work, the efforts, and the vision that all 61,000 people signed on to. So that's why I say keep it positive, because even though you having one little bad situation with one stupid troll online or whatever, that one little comment, That's going to make it into an article. That one little comment is going to get retweeted by somebody who has hundreds of thousands of followers. That one little comment is about to sit here and paint the entire movement negatively. Even if you come with the straightest, most greatest love, whatever, that one little thing can mess it up for everyone. So I strongly encourage, if and when you talk about it, don't sit here talking about nothing negative that anybody can misconstrue. If you have a personal opinion that is personal to you, say it, leave the hashtag out of it. If it's anything negative, if it's anything whatever, leave. If as long as it reflects what's in the petition, that's why I made it very simple. Say it if it matches what's in the petition. If it ain't in the petition, don't put it in there. Leave it out. Because that people are associating the wrong things and they're just conflating it and they're looking for a reason to bash it and to make you look terrible, because they don't also want to take the time to understand the nuance of the actual position. All right, but thank you for that, Eric. I appreciate you. Let's see, Kid Anime, what you got? E-Man, I appreciate you taking the high road on RecastTChalla debates, because the way these folks would be trying you. Listen. I mean, quick announcement. We just raised another $1,000. So when you guys have purchased your RecastTChalla shirts, that we have raised, because remember, I don't take any profits off of these whenever y'all buy a shirt at all, because I think it is atrocious to sit here and try and like sell merchandise with Chadwick Boseman, his legacy and all that stuff, and try and make money off of it. So all the proceeds for anybody that's purchased a shirt, all of that has gone straight to the Colon Cancer Coalition. And just recently, we just raised another $1,000, which, by the way, brings our grand total to $2,000 being raised. So first of all, shout out to y'all for that. But it's so funny because when we talk about how ugly Twitter can be, there were people literally coming at me talking about, the family should sue you. You are so disgusting. How could you? I hope your family burns in hell. And I was like, for donating to cancer charities? Is this what y'all saw? Wow. Who knew that living in a world where you donate to fight against cancer for a good cause, people would actually hate on that? Blew my mind. Never in this world would I ever imagine this. But here's the thing, man. Look. I think, a lot of times you have to make sure that you don't look as bad or as vile as people who want to come at you that way, right? What do they say? Like, if you see two fools arguing in the distance, or a wise man and a fool arguing in the distance, you can't tell the difference between the two. You don't know which one's the fool. So for me, again, this is why I say keep it positive. If somebody wants to act like a jerk, if somebody wants to be, terrible at people, let them stand on their own. And after a while, just walk away. Take the high road. You will always look better, and they will make themselves look worse. So anyway, thank you, Kid Anime. I appreciate that very, very much. Jeff, where's your comment? I'm gonna see if I can find it for you though. But thank you so much for that. Let's see. Sure, you're also being smeared by the Daily Beast. Yeah, it was. I saw that article, and it's kind of funny because they called me and they were like, "Yeah, I just want to know what the RecastTChalla is all about." I told them. I will say that everything they quoted from me was accurate. They were right. But, that's one of those things where, like, people just be coming in with an agenda and trying to create their own narrative. I mean, at one point, they had the title saying, RecastTChalla trends again, but it's sexist. And I'm like, but then when you read the article, there's zero sexism in there. There's zero commentary about it being sexist. Then they tried to redo the headline, I think, because people called them out on it. Shout out to y'all for calling them out. And they redid it and said something like, is it really about recast? Is it really about honoring Chadwick Boseman? If you read the petition, you'll see, yes, it is. I told you why it was. I gave you sources, Daily Beast. I told you this is why it's got started. Here's what it's based on. Here's what we're saying. So again, your article does not match your headline. But what happens? A lot of people only read headlines. That's all. People read headlines and they don't even read the article. So yeah, it's a little smear campaign, but whatever. I'm not. I hope people see through that. But again, we'll talk about that later. Let's see. Jeff, I'm still trying to see if I can find your comment. If you do comment and let's just say it doesn't go through, try to immediately comment right after that so I can hurry up and try and read it just in case. Alib, what about the coward who stirred the pot and ran? Oh, that one, we ain't gonna talk about him. I'm not gonna talk about that. That's listen, I don't have personal beefs with people, right? When I comment, even John Campea, I'm about to talk about him later in this podcast, in this video, right? I never, ever, ever want to make people have the impression that I have personal beefs with people. I never insult people personally. I'm not coming at no one personally. I'm not going to attack nobody personally. I will always comment on what people say and what they do. I'm not going to talk about anybody personally and throw them under the bus like that. It's always going to be what you say or what you do, because I think that is the one thing we can actually fairly critique or comment on. But I'm not going to talk about that other, because here's the thing. I don't want to say, hey, XYZ was attacking me on Twitter. I don't want to say that, because then people are going to go attack them. And when people go attack them, what happens? They're going to use that attack and be like, this is what happens with RecastTChalla. A lot of times people will antagonize you to make sure even if you don't say something, somebody else does. So that way they can be like, see what's happening, y'all? See, and I'm not trying to feed into that. So, listen, when people want to do all that nonsense, let them, but I'm not going to feed into none of that. But thank you, Alib. I appreciate you. Nelson V, what's up, E-Man? Have you checked out the latest Marvel trademark titles? Eternity Wars, Celestial End of Time for the next saga, RecastTChalla. I looked into it a little bit. I have to do a little more research on that. I did see, because the same way, Kang Dynasty and all this other stuff was leaked in Secret Wars, there were other trademarks, but I haven't done enough research on it, so I have to look into that. But thank you so much for that, Nelson. I appreciate you. Sure, back at it. Can you go on Sabby Sabs for RecastTChalla? I don't know who that is. I don't care. Like, listen, I'll do this. If I will always go on someone's channel to talk about RecastTChalla if it's a platform where people don't know about RecastTChalla, or if they are against it. One thing I kind of don't want to do is go on channels that people already supported, because then I'm preaching to the choir. That's not necessarily helpful for the overall cause. That's not hating. I'm not hating on nobody that supports it, obviously. I'm just saying, in order to really maximize our reach and growth, we need to convert minds. We need to make people more aware. We need to kind of like present another argument so people can sit there and be like, oh, I didn't know this. And maybe they'll think, maybe they'll agree, maybe they won't. But at the very least, they'll have the information. So whoever Sabby Sabs is, I'm sorry, I don't know who that is. I don't, sure. But I would hope that, it's a platform that we have a bigger reach and a bigger outlet to get the information out to people that just don't know. Let's see, Ron, what you got? Some of the things that Campea said I disagree with, but in principle, he agrees to RecastTChalla. Boycotts aren't good, and the segment had some misunderstanding in it. Let's not respond with negativity. Thank you so much for that, Ron. I really appreciate that. We are going to talk about John Campea and his segment at the end of the show, so please don't worry about it. We will definitely address that, but I do appreciate you dropping that information. Frigga's Belt, come through. Let me give Frigga's Belt another shot. Frigga's Belt be out here supporting the channel too now. Okay, Frigga's Belt be coming through. Come through. Thank you so much, Frigga's Belt. Always with the support. For real. Thank you so much. All right, hey folks, back from Hot Girl Solstice, taking this emotional abuse. Listen, I told y'all was emotionally abusive. I told y'all. RecastTChalla. I've been building bridges with some anti-recasters. Okay, go through building bridges. That's what I'm talking about. We ain't gotta fight. Just have some mutual conversation. Yes. Most of whom seem decent. Yes. I've been laying our case and making sure people know you've been positive. Thank you. Thank you. I cannot tell y'all how important. Actually, I did tell y'all how important it is, but I appreciate that. Thank you so much. That does so much more for the cause, for what we're fighting for, what we're talking about, what we're pushing for, to just bridge those gaps. We ain't got to fight. There are going to be people that are committed. There are people that are committed not to understand. There will be people that are willfully ignorant. You will literally be like, here's what we're saying. And they'd be like, I don't want to read it. Cool. Walk away. Walk away. Because at that point, it's not worth your time and energy. And I know I'm being a little hypocritical because sometimes I will keep fighting. I will still keep saying like, hey, here's this information though. Like, I ain't gonna fight. I'm just saying I'm still gonna be like, please read, please check this out, but for some of y'all, let's say if you ain't got the level of patience, just keep it moving. But thank you, Friggers Belt. So great that you out there doing the work. I appreciate you. Come through. I just gave you all the props, bro. I just gave you all the props. And hey, you come back up in here. Thank you again, Marcus. Let's see. In case y'all wanted a quick laugh, I went 2 whole years in the pandemic without getting the vid, but it wasn't until I started seeing patients officially that I got KO'd. Oh no! It's funny how we get attacked when we're trying to do right. Oh man, that ain't funny, man. Look, brother, please get well, stay healthy, get your vitamin C in, do whatever. But man, I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. But I do appreciate you, man, for real. So, rest up, and enjoy yourself while you're here. But thank you so much for that, brother. I appreciate you. Ron, back at it. And now I gotta go. Replay. All good, Ron. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you always coming through with it. Let's see. Some people were asking for the shirt. We can do that real quick. Teespring. There we go. I think my mods can throw this in the chat real quick if y'all don't mind. But if you were interested, it is teespring.com /RecastTChalla and the number 2. All you have to do, this is the hoodies. I know it's still summer. You can get it in black or purple. If you scroll down, you can get the t-shirt. Ladies, you can also get a shirt. And like I said, it's right there in black and white too. All proceeds will be donated to the Colon Cancer Coalition in recognition and honor of Chadwick Boseman, because I think trying to make money off of this would be disgusting. So I don't do that. But anywho, let's see. Thank you so much for that. Let's see. Lawrence, my man, I highly recommend The Orville on Hulu. Thank you, Lawrence. I appreciate that. I'm gonna have to add that to the long list that I already got. But I appreciate that that recommendation, brother. Thank you so much. Let's see who else we got. G Studio, Twitter be like Anakin. You underestimated his power of toxicity, man. Did I ever? Let's keep the positivity flowing. RecastTChalla. You are so right. You're so right. You're so right. I totally listen. When you get attacked for donating to cancer, you like, if that ain't the bottom of the bottom, I don't know what is. I don't like what, like, do they attack you for liking kittens and puppies? I don't know. Twitter's scary. I don't know. Puma. Hey fam, it's Freaky Friday, and I'm so proud of y'all for sending and posting RecastTChalla messages on Twitter, Facebook, and the gram. We shall overcome. For my club heads, it's not over. T'Challa, thank you so much for that, Puma Lee. Really appreciate you. All good. Thank you so much. Kid Anime, I'm starting to realize that most of the people who are against RecastTChalla are MCU fans and not really Black Panther fans. You might be right. There are people that were first and only introduced to Black Panther through the MCU. A lot of them don't know the history. A lot of them don't know the significance. A lot of them don't know the heritage. And here's the thing. That's okay. Like, we have to respect that. We have to understand that everybody's not going to be as knowledgeable as us. We cannot sit here and act like we cannot carry an air of arrogance where just because they don't know something that it makes them, lesser than or not worthy. Like, we don't need to gatekeep. You know what I'm saying? If anything, that should be an opportunity to educate and make people aware of like, hey, you might have only been introduced to this character here, but look, there's a long, deep history. And here's the thing, trying to argue comic book history, trying to tell people like you don't know the comics, that's not a very solid like argument for people that don't read comics. If they don't read, it's almost like, you know, because back in the day, I would always go back and forth in my seminary days with non-believers, with atheists, right? It makes no sense for me as a Christian to argue with an atheist about what the Bible says, right? The Bible's valuable to me. It's not valuable to a non-believer, right? So what do I have to do? I have to go to their level. I have to meet them on their plane. So I'm going to have conversations with a non-believer based on non-biblical stuff, right? And guess what? I can make my argument that way. I can talk about moral relativity. I can talk about different things that don't necessitate me to Bible thump them, right? That's how you can have mutual conversations. So if you were talking to someone, let's say, that have no knowledge, or if they're not Black Panther fans, they're only MCU fans, talk to them on about only the MCU then. Talk to them about how T'Challa's story it's not complete. Talk to them about the difference between how Tony Stark and Captain America, they got full story arcs, but T'Challa's got cut short. Meet people where they're at. That's all I'm saying. Meet them where they're at. Have that conversation, but let's not go there to the point where we got to act like we better than them because we might know them. And I'm not accusing you of doing that. I'm just saying for everybody, let's make sure that when we are respecting other people, that we also understand that they not always going to be at the same place. We got to get to a mutual place so we can have mutual understanding. And if you still don't agree, that's still okay. But thank you so much, Kid Anime. I appreciate you. Ashura, back at it. Sabby Sabs is a YouTube. They did a debate Thursday with a poll. More people in their chat wanted a recast of the character. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Again, I'm fine. Sure. Like, you know, reach out to them. Let me know. Let them know. I'm down. I'm down. I'm fine. Yes. You know, I think, this kind of goes back to what we talked about in the past. A lot of these YouTube channels, whether it's the news, whether it's you know, online articles, whatever, they listen to you guys more than they will to me. It's a lot different when your fans, when your viewers say, hey, you should talk to E-Man, or hey, you should look at this petition. It's a lot better versus me going up there and say, can I be on your show? You know what I'm saying? Like it again, there's more power if you all go to these places and make those suggestions to the channel. And if they don't want it, that's fine. But I'm just saying, like, you know, I'm not always going to know who to go to and where to go to, but y'all have just as much power, if not more than I do, in recommending the best places or platforms where we can talk. I will go wherever to talk about Recast T'Challa if it's in an effort to help make people more aware of what we're actually talking about. So, but thank you, Ashura. I appreciate that for letting me know who they are. I'll definitely look into that and check into that. Let's see, Eric, the group I met at Comic-Con, I put them on the Recast T'Challa. I forgot the link to share with them to sign the petition. Can you repost it, please? Yes, and I think my mods can also put this in there too. It is just change.org/Recast T'Challa. Change.org/Recast T'Challa. That's it. Feel free to go sign. I think we are up to like 61,000 right now, so we are doing the thing. Thank you for that. Come on now, Marcy, you know the dirty little check, your cash out, all the drill. Okay, hold on, this y'all. Let me also give another quick moment to give my homie right here, Marcy, a quick shout out. My God, oh, come through, Marcy. Oh, Marcy, for E-Man, give him that work. Thank you, Marcy. I appreciate you so much. She just gave $100 on the Cash App. Thank you so much for that. You already know, you already be in the top of the top. You be keeping the lights on. You be keeping this Comcast bill paid. Get the internet paid. Thank you so much. Oh, and please recast Iron Fist, please. Woo, I almost missed that one. I almost missed it. I'm sorry. Oh my God, hold on now. Cameron with another $100 Cash App. Jesus, thank you so much, Cameron. I don't know if you're in the chat right now or not, but thank you. Cameron says, for all the love, RecastTChalla. Thank you, Cameron, so much. Y'all are way too kind. Listen, we're not gonna do this now. All right, we got 637 people. That's double what we usually do. We're not gonna do this in front of the company now. Okay, y'all gonna have to chill, please. Woo. But thank you so much to Cameron and Marcy X. I appreciate you so much. For real. Thank you. Ashura back at it. Her channel is political channel talking about mutual aid. She's okay. I'm gonna ask her to have you on and get your say. Okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for that. That'd be dope. Thank you so much. Jason, is young T'Challa gonna end up awesome? Recast? I don't know. I mean, we just gonna have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. Tyra, I heard you're going live with Fantastic Frankie. I am? Oh, okay. Listen, if Fantastic Frankie want to have me on live, I'd be more than happy to go on there too. I just sent her a message because I know she was, getting a lot of the misinformation and Fantastic Frankie. Yes, ma'am. If you want to go live, you want to talk about Recast, yes, I will be happy, ecstatic to be there, answer any questions that you have. So if I don't know if she made that announcement or not. If she did, count me in. I'm in now. All right. Thank you so much, Tyra. I appreciate that. Chris, thank you so much for that. My God, hey, y'all, we got to get to the comment. We got to get to the topics. Thank you so much, Chris. I don't know what your comment is, but thank you so much for that. Oh, my goodness. Puma, did you get my text on Will Apologize? Yes, I didn't get your text. Y'all have no idea how many people message me all the time in different platforms, so I don't know where or when or how people send me stuff, but we are going to talk about that. That is a topic later on, but thank you so much for that. Let's see. There we go. Chris back at it. Thank you so much. Given the whole multiverse aspect of the MCU, do you think they surprise us with an alternate T'Challa in post-credit scene? I don't know. Could I hope for that? Yes. I am super hopeful that some little sign will be there that'll say multiverse is a thing. Multiverse can happen. That's one I hope. But it's also one of the reasons why I'm going to watch the movie, because there are little things in the movie that I hope they don't do for sure, and things that I really hope they will do. So I don't know, but fingers crossed. I hope, I really do. But thank you so much, Chris. I appreciate you. All right, I'm trying to go fast. Ty with the super stickers, come through. Ty always coming through. I appreciate it. Let's see, Steven, what you got? I appreciate your positive message, brother. Much love. People don't understand T'Challa and Namor was one of the biggest rivals, and we're not going to see that. It is definitely super disappointing. You're right, that is the case. But again, this is one of those reasons why I'd be like, yo, like, spread the message, spread the news. Like, again, I don't think people understand. T'Challa has been around in the comics for 50 plus years, but he did not become a household name until that was put on screen. Why is that? Because comics are a niche of a niche of a niche. Comics are not that big where everybody reads comics. So a lot of people, the vast majority of people, are not going to know what they're missing in the comics. They're not going to know the fantastic stories and myths and legends that happen in the comics. They're just not going to know that. You got to put it out there. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Listen, that's an opportunity to help people know. Maybe get them interested. Maybe show them these things. Like, again, you don't have to shove it down their throat, but some people don't know, But thank you so much, Stephen. I appreciate you. All right, dang. All right, Edward, come through. I have a difference of opinion about recasting T'Challa. I do appreciate this brother's passion with keeping T'Challa and Chadwick's legacy alive. I feel like we're going to get a T'Challa variant by the time Black Panther 3 comes out. Hey, Edward, guess what? That's not really that different of what Recast T'Challa is about. Because if you look at the petition, it says it's not an immediate, it's not a call for an immediate recast. And I specifically said and left it open and broad, we just want the portrayal of T'Challa to continue. I'm not forcing Marvel to make it only the 616 version. I'm not forcing Marvel to continue it in this movie. I'm saying keep it open. Don't permanently end the character. So you're actually right in line with RecastTChalla. That's because I wanted it to be as broad and a low bar so everyone as much as possible can join in and be like, this is reasonable. This is not that bad of a deal. So yes, if you want to do a variant, I have no problem with that. No problem. And it's one of those things where I encourage people, go read the petition. Go read the petition. Do not judge on just the hashtag. The petition is where you get all the information. Change.org/RecastTChalla. Read it for yourself. I'm telling you, it'll do some wonders. All right. Thank you so much for that, Edward. I really do appreciate that. Like I said, we on the same page. We good. We good. Let's see. Cole, this man is spitting facts. Oh, thank you, Cole. I appreciate that. Let's see. Marsha Reese. Hold up. Please hit the like button. Yes, please, everybody, if you're watching and if you like what you see, maybe not even my face, but hey, if you like the environment, if you like the talks, the channel, the topics, whatever, please hit the like button. And by the way, if you're new here, also, don't forget to subscribe to the channel too. A lot of times the channel and the videos might pop up, but that doesn't mean you're subscribed. Please also go ahead and subscribe too. Let's see. Kev, my man, what's going on? Looking forward to see the next Batman movie, Gotham Forever, featuring Batgirl. Dang, I have not. Oh, here I thought you was being serious, bro. Okay, you funny. I got it. I'm a little slow. I was a little slow. You almost got. Listen, you had me going in the first half, right? Oh my god, I see you, Kev. That was slick. I was going to say, like, dang, I missed that trailer. Oh man. Rock B, what is going on, brother? Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I don't know, brother, sister. I don't know. Sorry, I don't want to assume. Is there an opposite of gatekeeping where those who don't know are arrogant and overbearing towards those who are long-term invested and are knowledgeable? Because that's what I've seen mainly with the recast conversation. So the opposite of gatekeeping. I would say this, yes. But that's people. That's human nature, right? A lot of times people will have their own opinions already formed. They'll have their biases already formed. Let me tell you something. Again, back to my seminary days and debating and arguing or having conversations with non-believers. There are people that have a preconception of Christianity based off of their own personal experiences. And sometimes, probably a lot of times, those experiences are not good. And whenever I engage in those conversations with people, I have to understand you're working on a different framework. You're working on a different mindset of whatever Christianity is for you. So I have to do the work all over again and say, hey, this is actually what it is. And I'm sorry, but that's what you experienced was probably terrible, was probably wrong, but that's not consistent. So I actually agree with you that whoever's sitting here condemning people to hell, and all this stuff and judging people, they are wrong because that's not what the Bible teaches, so on and so forth. I'm not going to get preachy with y'all. But what I'm saying is a lot of times people are coming from different places and it takes some time to get to the mutual place. What I like to do is try and find a place of commonality. I like to try and find a place where we meet mutually. So yeah, if you're not the gatekeeper, there are some people that are going to be like, I don't want to hear nothing about it. Can't nobody else do this but Chadwick. Can't nobody do it. And guess what? If they don't want to listen, walk away. Because this whole situation is complex, sensitive, and emotional. I've told y'all this many times. Logic don't have no space when it comes to emotion. When you guys are mad, I told you, half of your brain shuts off because the other half is too worried about dealing with the emotions. It's not until you get calm and then you can think straight. Have y'all not realized when you mad, you can't even get your words out? No, I can't. If only I would have thought of this, And then when you calm down, you be like, dang, I should have said this. Because your brain works a little bit easier. The emotions ain't firing. Some people not going to be there. You just going to have to wait. Chill out. Or give them that space. Give them that space. Because another reality is some people are still mourning. Some people are still grieving. And when you come in and maybe try and take away from that emotional space that they're in, people will get defensive, and again, that's why I say keep it respectful, because you don't know what they're feeling. You don't know what they're feeling. They might not be feeling what you're feeling. You got to respect that. Maybe this ain't the right time to talk to them. Maybe they'll get in a clear space at another time or whatever, or maybe they never will. But you just got to respect and honor the fact that, we talking to other human beings here. Everybody ain't finna, just automatically understand you. Anyway, that's my quick take on it. But thank you so much, Rock. I appreciate you. Let's see. Friga's Belt coming back at it. Theory, since Bast is Egyptian and Wakandan, maybe he doesn't come back from the ancestral plane, but through the Duat, as Moon Knight did. Totally possible. Totally possible. I've already told you, I'm down with any theory that brings back TChalla. I don't care. Whatever it does, whatever it takes, I'm there with it. I'm there. Let me try and hurry up, though, because we do have to actually get to the topics. Team Tech Boy, I see you real quick. What's up, E-Man? I can't stay tonight, but I wanted to say stop by and show some love to the fan. RecastTChalla, don't kill my hero. Representation matters. Thank you so much for that. I really, really do appreciate you, Team Tech Boy. And yes, definitely catch that later on. Thank you so much. Roberto, my goodness, thank you so much. My gosh. Y'all, we got to come on now. Thanks for everything you do. I was on the defense about RecastTChalla at first. After reading and signing the petition and listening to you talk about it, definitely changed my mind on it. My daughter, Roseva, also says thank you so much for that. That is really, really good. Hopefully I didn't mispronounce that name. I'm sorry if I did, but I appreciate that so much. That is way too kind of you. But thank you. I really, really do appreciate that, for real. Let's see. Dre Mac, Priest Bishop E. Okay, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Let's see. All right, I think I'm caught up now. All right, Howard, what you got? We took a hit with the trailer. I find myself in the same boat again, fighting for TChalla against clowns, just like it was before the movie. All right, first of all, let's not name call. We don't need to do that. I don't want to give nobody no reason. Like, you see, they called me a name. No, we're not gonna do that. But I told y'all that this was gonna happen. I go back to my earliest video. I told y'all many times, when the trailer drops, RecastTChalla will trend. This was always part of the plan. I ain't gonna tell you I told y'all, but I told y'all, but that's part of the movement. You have to educate because people are not aware. That's just part of the game. We're gonna have to do that. So, it is what it is. Puma, all right, let's go with this, and then we're going to jump into the topics. You're bringing me back to my childhood, debating my 5% real same moment, brother and Muslim cousins. As a Christian, talk and understanding is everything. RecastTChalla, please recast Iron Fist. Yep. Totally agree with you on all of that. Okay, now let's actually get to the topics. Jesus. All right, Gray Man. I don't have time to go through the whole thing with Gray Man. I'll just say this: Gray Man on Netflix. I actually really like the film. If I give you a quick spoiler-free review, the action phenomenal. I thought it was great. This was directed by the Russo brothers, starred Ryan Gosling and Chris Evans. Chris Evans killed it. He was fantastic in it. My bad would probably be Ryan Gosling. He was just very dry for me. Just very for a leading actor in a role, there was nothing about him that made me want to keep watching. But every time Chris Evans was on there, I was like, oh, I want to see where this goes. I want to see what he does. So Ryan Gosling was kind of a miss for me. But yeah, the action is top tier. Another bad will probably be the plot. It's so empty. I mean, but it's also an action flick, so are you really going for the plot, at all? But anyway, overall the movie was cool. It was good. I don't know where I'd rate it. I'd say it was probably like a 7.5, something like that. But definitely a good movie to watch on Netflix, nevertheless. So feel free to check that out if you like. But with all that said, it looks like the Gray Man is actually going to get a spinoff and a sequel starring Ryan Gosling. Okay, I guess. So the movie has clearly been doing very, very well on Netflix. Again, it is an action-packed film, so yes, that is definitely some of it. And if you watch the ending of it, you will see how I'll just say you'll see how it does have room for a sequel. So it is not shocking to me that they are doing a sequel. Personally, I don't think it needs a sequel. I don't think it needs spinoffs. But hey, if they keep it on Netflix, like, what's the harm there, right? It's streaming. It's not like they telling you go pay $20 in the theater to go watch it, because I don't think it was worth that. But it is what it is. But anyway, y'all let me know, how do you feel about, if you have seen Gray Man? First of all, let me know, how did you feel about it? And second, if you do, if you have seen it, what do you think about the actual talk of a sequel and spinoffs? Would you be interested in either of those? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. All right, let's go. Before I go, let me grab this real quick. Kid Anime, completely agree with you, E-Man. Logic doesn't always work with emotions. That's why I always make sure to be respectful when using the RecastTChalla hashtag. Thank you so much for that, Kid Anime. I really appreciate you for doing that, because that goes a very long way. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna just for the sake of time, I'm gonna go real fast, and I'll go back to some of the other comments. Let's see what else we have. Creed. All right, if y'all remember, Creed 3 is going to happen. This time it is going to be directed by Michael B. Jordan. Ryan Coogler did the first one. I think Stephen Kapler did the second one. But this time it is going to be Michael B. Jordan doing his directorial debut. So this is his first time ever doing it. The movie is supposed to come out November 23rd, 2022. However, unfortunately, that ain't happening. Apparently, Creed 3 is going to move its release date to 2023. Now it is going to move all the way to March 3rd of 2023. So that is some bad news, unfortunately. But actually, this actually might be some good news for Creed. It might give him a little bit more time to prep, because I don't know if y'all recall, but Jonathan Majors, that's right, Mr. Kang Gang himself, he is supposed to be the villain. He's supposed to be the antagonist in Creed 3. And I don't know if y'all know this, but my man's been getting in shape. My man's been out there doing some work. I don't know if that's for Kang. I guess you can see him there on the scene for Creed 3. But my man's been putting in the work. You see my man doing the work. I've already told y'all. When it look, Ant-Man, because he's gonna play Kang. Okay, Kang the Conqueror. You see this? Ant-Man finna get squashed, and Creed finna get washed. Okay, if he walk in like this, if Kang the Conqueror walk in like this, oh yeah, washed and squashed. That's all that's gonna happen. Okay, shout out Kang Gang. That is what it is. All right, let me go up to some of these comments real quick. Let me grab some. I know there's some thirsties in here, so I'm gonna just leave this up because y'all just be thirsty. It's all good. It's all good. Let's go, Brian. What you got? Rhodey was recast. T'Challa will be also. Just have to find the right talent to imbue T'Challa's essence. Liking your style, please recast Iron Fist. I totally agree with you on that. Rhodey was recast, and so was the Hulk. And I do hopefully believe that T'Challa will be recast as well. And I do think that finding the right talent is important, because I would never want to just sit here and throw any old body into the role of T'Challa. I just don't think that's very fair. Not only to the actor, but I don't think it'd be fair to T'Challa and the role as well. So yes, I do believe that eventually he will be recast. However, that is still the reason why we are saying recast T'Challa. We're saying recast T'Challa because we don't want Marvel and the rest of the fandom to forget the significance of the character of T'Challa. The idea, the fear, the concern is that people will only focus on the mantle. And if you focus on the mantle, I don't believe that's a good long-term strategy for the Black Panther franchise, because I believe that the franchise itself is more dependent on the characters, not the mantle. If you focus on the characters, that is the longevity that you bank on. Develop T'Challa, develop Shuri, develop Okoye, whoever. You make it about the characters and not the mantle. When you focus on the mantle, you are now going to create the opportunity and the space to say all the black actors and all the black characters are now expendable. And that's not good, in my opinion. I think Shuri should be a lead. I think T'Challa should be a lead. I want all the leads in the movie at the same time. So, yes, that is why we still say recast T'Challa. But thank you so much for that. Let's see what we got. Puma Lee. I love the theme song in the trailer. I can do better. All right, cool. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you, brother. Let's see. I think we can. I think we're almost good. Okay, thirsty. Okay. Let's see. The reason I'm gonna defend Kang with my life. Okay, Mel. Okay. Don't please, Tyra. Don't go fight nobody for Kang. Don't do nothing for Kang now. All right. Don't do nothing for Kang. All right. I think we can move on. I think y'all got enough of that. But what we are gonna do, we're gonna stay on this Rocky bandwagon real quick, because we have even more news about it, and that is, hey, what's a Rocky spinoff without Drago? Drago, that's right. Look, if he dies, he dies. Rocky spinoff with a film of Drago, I'm assuming, maybe his son, maybe him, who knows, is set for MGM with Robert Lawton to write. So, script details have not been, we don't know the plot. We don't know exactly what's going to happen. But we do know that Drago is going to get this spinoff. I would say this. I don't know personally if this is the best idea. Now, this is by MGM. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, somebody can correct me. If I'm not mistaken, I think Amazon bought MGM. And if they did buy MGM, this might go straight to Amazon Prime, right? I don't have a problem with that. If they want to do a Drago movie that goes straight to streaming, I think that's fine, because I don't know if I'm really going to want to go to the theaters, pay money to go watch a Drago spinoff. However, I also say, I think this would work better as a series. If I'm going to watch a spinoff of a spinoff, right, I kind of feel as though it would be better if it was like a 6, 7, 8 episode miniseries to just show us a little bit of something, okay, like Drago. Like, I mean, I wasn't always checking for Drago, but to be fair, I wasn't checking for Adonis Creed either until they did it. So, you know, is a Drago film destined to fail? I wouldn't even say that. If it goes to streaming, will I watch it? Sure. Do I think it needs to go straight to the theaters? Probably not. Doesn't mean it'll fail or nothing. But I do think it'll probably work better as a TV series straight to streaming. I think it'll be great. Put it on Amazon Prime, couple of episodes. I think it'll be solid. But that's just my thoughts. Again, we don't know what the story is. We don't know what it's going to focus on. We don't know if it's going to be on the daddy. We don't know if it's going to be on the son. We don't know. But at the end of the day, you know, the film is going to be coming. So I do wonder, what do you guys think? Are you interested in a Drago spinoff? And will you watch it? Are you going to watch the movie? Do you think it should go to the theaters? Do you think it should be streaming? Or do you think it should be a TV series? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. All right, let's grab these real quick. Let's see. Ashura, RecastTChalla is about not also centering, creating precedent of killing fictional characters over an actual death. Yes, that is one of the central tenets in there, which is, let me clarify that, because when I was talking to Miss Rain, she was trying to parse words and play semantics. So I had said not to use the real life portrayal, or I'm sorry, the real life trauma of Chadwick Boseman, and basically use it as a plot device into the fictional storytelling of T'Challa, right? So in other words, just because Chadwick died, don't use that to force T'Challa to die. However, it seemed like that message kind of went over some people's heads. So let me be a little bit more clear. I think that, actually, I still mean that, but let me give another example of what that could mean. Another example of it would be like taking Chadwick's passing and mirroring that with T'Challa. So in other words, Chadwick died of cancer or illness or whatever, we're going to make T'Challa die of illness or cancer. In my opinion, I think that's in poor form. In my opinion, I don't think that's right. Because at the end of the day, it's very awkward. And the example I give people is what we saw in Fast and the Furious. Fast and the Furious, you saw Paul Walker. We knew he passed away via a car accident. Fast and the Furious is all about high-speed cars and stuff like that. I think it also would have been in poor form if Fast and the Furious would have Brian die in a car crash. I think the way that they sent him off, rather than killing him off, they wrote his character to the side. They made him, retire in the background. And that was a way to preserve his legacy in the franchise. They still talk about him. Brian is still hanging out with his kids. And I'm sitting there thinking like, yo, as much as I love T'Challa, as much as I'd love T'Challa to continue and be portrayed, I would even take that way over killing the character again. Because I think, again, it would be just as unsettling if they made Brian die in the car crash, just like to make T'Challa die of cancer or an illness or whatever. Like, that would be very unsettling to me. So that is right. You are on point with that. But that is what RecastTChalla is also talking about. Thank you so much for that. Nephew, what you got? So they can recast General Ross to save Red Hulk for the Thunderbolts, but not T'Challa. They refuse to let their heroes die, but we have to lose ours. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I have not seen any confirmation that General Ross is recast. I could be wrong about that, but from what I've heard, there are no plans to recast General Thunderbolt Ross for the Thunderbolts. So I wouldn't run with that, especially unless there was like official confirmation somewhere. But to my knowledge, from what I've heard, at least on the inside to some folks, nobody has actually done that yet. Let's see. Tanya, what you got? Can I add your favorite shows and movies you liked do for YouTube? Hey, I'm gonna have to look into that. Trust me. Listen, when I tell you, I'll be so busy with stuff. I'll if I can remember to do that, I will absolutely will. But thank you for that. Appreciate you, Chief. Isn't character building over mantles the reason why the MCU is such a success in the first place? The characters in the MCU are more than heroes. Yes, facts. It is. Matter of fact, y'all boy Anthony Mackie said that while he was Falcon. He said the symbols are nothing without like the men and women who define them. Yes, that is true. That is the whole point. It's about the characters. If again, nobody goes to things for the mantle. No one goes for even Green Lantern in DC. As many people that are Green Lanterns, you still go for the characters. You go for Hal Jordan, maybe Kyle Renner, maybe John Stewart. Shout out to John Stewart. You go for the characters because the characters always matter. It's not about the mantle. Stop doing that. Thank you so much, Chief. Appreciate you. Okay. All right, let's move on. Oh, okay. Do we have time? I think we got a little time. All right, we're gonna do this real quick. Because we're gonna stay on this Rocky bandwagon. So, in case y'all didn't know, Sly Stallone does have a new movie coming out. It is called The Samaritan. It is a movie about him being a what is he? He's supposed to be I guess like a retired superhero or something like that. And while he's a retired superhero, he's supposed to be some little kid is gonna like bring him back or I don't know, whatever it is. I don't know. But the trailer dropped for it. So y'all already know what that means. Let's get ready to watch this. All right, let's go ahead and check out Sly Stallone. My man is like 80-something years old, still doing it. Let's check this out real quick and see what he's got with the Samaritan. Real quick. Let's check it out.
Wait up, wait up.
What are you doing with all this junk?
Keep me busy.
Another long night of crime and violence.
Some say it's only a matter of time before the city implodes.
I think we're finished here.
Did he just throw some
Come on,
kids?
beat it.
Damn, Sly.
I found him.
You can hit minors like that?
Samaritan.
Samaritan died 25 years ago.
That's what they say.
You think you live across from a superhero? Do you have a therapist, kid?
Kid. Samaritan's dead. I pick up garbage for a living, pal.
Samaritan cleaned up the streets.
You mind your business, I'll mind mine.
I don't believe you!
Go!
Are you okay?
I'm cool.
How strong are you?
Not as strong as I once was. Things start to fall apart when you stop caring. And I stopped caring a long time ago.
How come you hate who you are?
For some people, it's too late to change the damage they've done.
He's hiding something. I want him dead.
Really?
The things you bury tend to haunt you.
Why did you disappear?
Okay.
Hey, old man! Try this.
Okay. Hey. All right. Okay. Shoot. Okay. My man out here doing his thing. Golly. Man, Stallone is like 80 plus years old. And he out here just whooping butt like it's no big deal. Woo! I'm ready for that one. I'll watch that. And it's coming to Amazon, so I ain't gotta pay nothing extra. Shoot, say less. That is no problem. I shall be there. That is fine by me. Yes. Okay. Listen, I am definitely there for that. Looks good to me. Got no problems. I'm mad my brother came in there, was like, F them kids. What? Like, like, bro, they still kids. Like, how you just gonna flick the kids like that? You just gonna flick them like they some dirty rags? My goodness. Ooh, that man's a savage. But you know, and I like the the little commentary he threw in there. What did he say? It was something like, you know, I wasn't as strong as I used to be, you know, but things start to fall apart when you stop caring. Man, you know, Sly always come in with them Rocky-isms. You know what I'm saying? Rocky be coming in with them quotes, and you be like, man, that go a poster, man. That go quote right there. Like, he just come in with the Rocky-isms, like I'm finna go live my life off of this now. You know, like I'm finna go base some wisdom. Come on, come through, Sly. Come through. I'm gonna watch it just for that. I'm gonna watch it just to see what kind of life lessons this man finna teach me in this movie as he flicked them kids like they some rag dolls. Man. But anyway, what did y'all think about the Samaritan trailer? Are y'all down for it? It is coming to Amazon Prime August, what did they say, 26? So that's not that far away. A little less than a month away. Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. All right, let me grab these real quick. Ashura, T'Challa dies of cancer, but isn't Wakanda most advanced? Well, if he does die from cancer, first of all, again, I'm totally against that. I think that'd be in poor taste. I don't care if it's Ryan Coogler or not. I just don't think that's appropriate to mirror that death in that way if that's the route they go. But I would think that it would be incredibly, again, it would just be whack. Like, so Wakanda can sit here and heal people from bullet wounds and have the most advanced technology and healing and all that, but he just dies from cancer. Ugh, that would be, in my opinion, that would be a huge miss if they do that. I hope they don't, but we'll have to wait and see. Ryan Hart, what you got? Thank you so much. I said before I watched them to recast, but I am okay that they didn't. Whether people agree or don't agree, there's been some mean comments from people on both sides of the issue that wasn't the purpose. Yes. It's sad. It's sad, like unfortunately, there are some people that are just mean-spirited. But again, I would also mention and bring to people's attention that this is an emotional issue for people on both sides. The people that start when I started Recast T'Challa, it was from my emotion. Okay, I was like, yo, I love this character. I respect Chadwick Boseman. I respect the family. I respect the cast and crew. It came from love and respect, and it still is about love and respect. It was only about that. But there are some people that love what they see in the MCU. There are people that love Chadwick Boseman in their own way, and they're gonna feel different. So unfortunately, there's gonna be some friction because, again, I told y'all, this has always been a conversation of loved ones talking about a loved one that's passed, whether that's Chadwick, whether that's T'Challa, whatever. It's a conversation amongst family at this point, but we're just at different odds. We're having odds. That's all. But again, that's why we have to stop, breathe, and recognize human beings grieving, mourning, emotions. We got to chill. We got to chill and respect everybody. Thank you so much for that, Ryan Hart. Appreciate you. Jay, my goodness, what happened to your comment? But thank you so much for that. I appreciate you, Jay. See if I can find it real quick. Wait, there we go. Sent before I wrote the message. Where's the message? Where is it? But thank you so much for that, Jay. I don't know where it's at. I'm gonna see if I can find it. Let's see. Do I see it? I don't know if I see it. I'm looking, Jay. I'm looking. I'm trying. I'll be trying. Don't get mad. Puma, I was wondering when this cart would appear. Oh, come on now. You already know. Like, and it's funny because like I be losing. Like, Amazon, not Amazon, YouTube always be dinging me every time I be playing these trailers and stuff. But whatever. I like the fact that we get to watch these things together. So whatever. Y'all gonna demonetize my video, whatever. I don't care about that. But anyway, thank you so much for that. Mr. Bobby Wright, here's $5 Recast T'Challa. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate that so much. Appreciate that contribution. Let's see. Wait. Where we go? Myers, what you got? If they recast Ross but don't give T'Challa that same treatment, it's BS. Recast T'Challa. We'll have to wait and see. I've always said we will have to wait for actions to actually happen to actually go ahead and critique or comment on it. And that also goes for Recast T'Challa. A lot of people have said, well, why don't you wait for the movie to come out? We don't have to wait for the movie to come out to simply express our desire to see the character continue. I don't think people understand that these things are mutually exclusive. I can say, I want T'Challa to continue and still go see the movie. I can also say, I want T'Challa to continue without having to see the movie. I don't need to see the movie to say I want T'Challa to continue. Not to mention, a lot of this was based after Marvel made their announcement. Once Marvel said, we will not recast, and they put no preconditions on that. They put no terms, nothing. They just said, we will not recast. They didn't say for now. They didn't say just for this movie. They didn't say none of that. That's why Recast T'Challa got kicked off. So if they had said something like, yo, we're not going to do that right now, I'd be like, okay, and I'd wait. Because they would have given us a condition. But they didn't. So, again, you don't have to do it, But again, same thing with Ross. Until they actually recast them, I'm not going to comment on that because there's no news. There's nothing there. So let's wait for something concrete first. That's all I say. Let's see. Cornelius John Campea posted an odd tweet. I'm the dude playing the dude an hour ago with RDJ's blackface character photoshopped in Black Panther suit. Weird. Okay. I don't know. So I've seen some other people posting that. I guess everybody has their own sense of humor. I don't know what that means. So I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. I have no opinion about it because I have no idea what the context is. I don't know if maybe it's an inside joke. I don't know. Somebody sent that to me before, and I was kind of like, I guess. Like, what are you trying to say? Like, I don't get me wrong. The Robert Downey Jr. Tropic Thunder blackface, in my opinion, has been the only acceptable blackface that I've seen, especially on the big screen, mainly because of the intent to actually be satire and make fun of it. You know, like it was actually like a bad thing. So they actually acknowledged it, but they did it in a comedic way. So I understood the levels to it. But you know, sometimes people take jokes a little, sometimes they stretch it. Sometimes it sounds like, I haven't seen it, so I don't know, but it sounds like they stretching it just a little bit. Let's see, Puma, what you got? One of the greatest graphic novels, The Death of Captain Marvel. He died of cancer in Marvel Comics, so I don't need to see it with T'Challa on the big screen. Recast T'Challa. Sure, thank you so much for that. But again, you know, as I've said, everybody's not a comic reader. Everybody doesn't read comics. And because a very small minority of people read comics compared to the vast majority of people that watch movies all across the world, everyone's not going to feel that way. So let's just kind of keep that in mind too. But thank you so much for that. Jay, there you go. Thank you so much. Tyrese is our guy. Here we go. Tyrese is our guy. Play that Oscar-winning acting clip. That sweaty no and Tyrese is our guy. Jay, you came in here with one goal and one goal only, and this is all you wanted to do.
I choose violence.
I don't know why. I don't know how, but we're not going to play the violence game. We're not going to do the violence. Thank you so much, Jay. I appreciate you, though. Thank you so much. All right, let's move on. All right, we got that. Okay. I want to get this out because it is important to me. I will tell you right now, I do feel some type of way about this. I have not watched this all the way. But at the same time, there is a movie coming out, and it is about Emmett Till. And if you don't know about Emmett Till, you know, especially, you know, in Chicago, like everybody in Chicago knows about Emmett Till. It's a story about a young black man who, and this was like in the 1950s, who was accused by a white woman of whistling at her, hitting on her, whatever. And it led to this young man being lynched. And his mother left it as an open casket for the world to see what they did to her boy. And it got national coverage, etc., etc. I want to also preface people on this too. I don't want people to take black trauma lightly. I haven't seen this trailer, and I'm gonna be very honest. I don't know if I even want to watch the movie. That does not mean that the movie's bad. That does not mean it definitely does not mean I'm advocating boycotting the movie. What I'm saying is that I think I need to remind people that black trauma is real and black trauma is generational. And because of this, you cannot expect, especially black folks, to constantly be okay with watching it and experiencing it. There's a real reason why many black people don't want to watch black slave movies. For what? We know what happened. We don't need that reminder, right? Now, that does not mean that they shouldn't make these movies, because I've always said that there's a very big difference between black trauma being on screen and black trauma porn being on screen. An example of black trauma porn, in my opinion, would be something like the Amazon series Them. I've already talked about this before. It is not something I recommend because there are certain things in certain shows. The difference between black trauma and black trauma porn The black trauma porn is when you're showing black trauma, but there isn't enough behind it, whether it's educational, whether it's informative, etc. There isn't enough positive. There isn't enough, like just more of a positive element to it to counterbalance the negativity, right? It's one of the reasons why, like, yes, teaching about slavery, teaching about lynching and all these things are definitely important and we shouldn't shy away from it. But if all we're doing is just getting the negative side of it, it's not helpful. Now, I do believe, at least from what I've heard, that this Till trailer and movie is not about glorifying the black trauma. It's not about that. As I've been told, again, I have not watched this trailer, but as I've been told, it's about the mother's grief. And the mother here is beyond a superhero, in my opinion. The fact that she could sit here and have her son tragically killed and murdered, have zero justice, no justice, by the way. So no one's been arrested, nothing. And still have the courage and the strength to move forward and show the world what happened. That's true strength. So I say all of that prefacing this because there's something I want to show at the end of this after we watch this trailer. And I'm hoping that this movie, this trailer, that whatever, I'm hoping it leads to what I'm going to show after. So if you are sensitive to this, trust me, I get it. You do not need to watch this. Okay? So I want to be respectful to anybody who is sensitive to this type of stuff. Please, you do not have to watch this with us. Okay? But I am going to play the trailer and I'm going to react to it because, again, unlike trauma porn, I want this to actually be educational and with a purpose. So I am going to play it for a purpose. Okay? So let's go ahead and catch this real quick. Let's get ready. All right, let's get this going. Again, if you are sensitive to this and you don't want to watch it, totally understand. Don't feel like you got to. But I do want to go over this real quick for a better reason. But here we go.
Emmett Till. I got a letter today from Auntie Lizzie. She said Bo's been working the fields. I can't imagine. Oh, he just doesn't understand how different things are in Mississippi. Are you listening?
Yes.
Be small down there.
Like this?
Emmett never thought anything would happen to him.
Meet the mummy, Simmy!
Ow!
He just wanted to go on vacation and have fun with his cousins. But if my son could just get his feet back onto the Chicago soil, he'd be one happy kid. I don't know why I said that.
I want to talk to you about that boy.
They've come for you.
It's hard to describe what a mother knows. The first thing I noticed when I became a mother was that my hands were busy all the time. My hand knew him with my eyes closed, just like I know his laughter in a crowded room. It's the same thing when you know all of someone. This was my boy, Emmett Till.
The body of Emmett Lewis Till has been found dead.
Can I at least just fix him up a bit?
No, they have to see it for themselves.
You tell me, Mamie, how is risking your life gonna help Bo?
Those pictures of your son change people's lives.
I can't look, Mamie. We have to. The lynching of my son has shown me that what happens to any of us, anywhere in the world, had better be the business of us all.
All right. Excuse me for a second. As I mentioned, Black trauma is real. But if we are to learn about it, it has to come with some level of accountability and responsibility on everyone to do something to reduce it, minimize it, and avoid it. And something else that's important to understand is that we know life happens. We know bad things happen. As a Black man in America, I don't expect to be treated better than anyone else. I understand that life is not fair. There are going to be certain things that happen in our lifetime, that happen in life in general, that we have no control over. But there is something we do have control over, and that is the actions that we choose to take. And my hope with this movie, is that some form of justice can be served. Because as I mentioned, the people who lynched this young man, they were caught. They know who lynched this young man, this young child, this boy. And they were completely let off the hook. The woman, Carolyn Bryant, who lied about it, has not been prosecuted, nothing. Just recently, she confessed to somebody that was writing like an autobiography, and she admitted that she lied. She admitted this. No action has been taken. She's still alive. Last time I checked, she's still alive. She admitted that she lied, and she got this boy lynched, and she still has not been brought to justice. This is why I want this movie. This is why I'm hoping this movie pushes the conversation, because there was more news that recently came out. A team of investigators went into like the courthouse of where Emmett Till's case happened, and they found the arrest warrant for Carolyn Bryant, who accused Emmett Till, and they found that 70 years after the fact. In other words, the police had a warrant for this woman's arrest, and they just let it sit there. They just put that right there in the filing cabinet, and it was collecting dust. It took the Emmett Till Foundation, that team, to just go downstairs and look, and they found it just sitting there collecting dust. Lock her up. Lock her up. Lock her up. I don't care if she's somebody's mammy. Lock her up. Granny got to go do some time. Bye. You lied. You got a young man, you got a young boy lynched for a lie. You got to enjoy your life, a long life. Emmett Till should be 80-something years old right now. Lock her up. That's why I hope this movie does something. Because I'm hoping, I'm praying that we're not just going to go watch this movie and just experience trauma without justice. We can't control the terrible things that happen in life, but damn it, we can control if justice is served or not. Lock her up. I apologize for anybody that was, affected by this. Like I said, I wanted to make sure that this was for nothing. I want to make sure that this was not for nothing. I want to make sure if we're going to watch this, it's going to lead to some real justice. It's going to lead to some real peace. That's what I'm hoping for. Because if we're going to sit here and talk about Black trauma, if we're going to talk about the terrible things that have happened to Black people, systemically, individually, whatever, I hope it's with the purpose so that that does not have to keep happening in the future. That's all. Let's move on. All right. I'm sorry. I had a couple comments I missed. I'm gonna get there. Excuse me for a second. Let me scroll up. Okay. Let's see. Let me scroll up. Give me a second here. I'm trying to be fair to everybody that, if you donated, at least I can do is go up and get your comment. There we go. Hold on. There we go. Eric, what you got? Thank you so much. Maybe T'Challa is in a coma, and that's why he's not in the ancestral plane when Shuri gets there. Doom warp. Fine. This is one of the reasons why I am going to wait, and I'm going to watch the movie and pray that there's an opportunity. Look, if he in a coma, cool. If he in a coma, because I can take that, because you can wake up from a coma. You're dead, but you can wake up from a coma. So I will take that. Trust and believe I will take that. Shoot, I will wait and see. We'll see. Thank you so much, Puma. Emmett Till was, I believe, 13 years old, accused of flirting with a white woman. Yes, I think he was 12, but 12, 13. He was a child. It was a child. My daughter is 14 years old. It was a child. It was a child. That's why it hits home for me. No, let me not even go there. Not even gonna go there. Mo, what you got? If the Till movie brings about the arrest of that woman, I'm all for it. You and me both. And yes, thank you so much for that. Just My Opinion Reviews launched the civil rights movement. Yes, Emmett Till's lynching was absolutely a spark for the civil rights movement during the 1960s. Absolutely. Facts. And y'all make sure y'all go subscribe to my brother here, Brandon K. Avery. Y'all get some really good content on his channel. You can find him on my favorite channel list. Make sure y'all go subscribe over there and support the brother. Friga's Belt. Till is W. Goldberg's passion project. I don't think I want to see the movie. What happened to Emmett hurts my soul. And I wasn't even alive then. Yeah, facts. And the reason why it hurts your soul is because it's not that far away. We know people. My parents were born in the 50s. This isn't something that happened hundreds of years ago that we need to just get over. This is something that was recent. This is something that people alive today still remember. I feel you on that. Jay, back at it. Thank you so much. Hey, we want T'Challa clip, E-Man. You got to show these people we got the perfect replacement. No, that's some grade A act. Oh, no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I will not play that. No time soon. No. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you now. But absolutely, no, we can't do that. We cannot do that. Not now. And we got other big things we got to talk about. But I appreciate you. Well, maybe, you know what? Maybe one day we will. You're just gonna have to keep watching. But one of these days, I'm just gonna open up the show with it. That's all. Y'all just gonna have to watch it on the open. You don't know when it's gonna happen. You don't know how it's gonna happen. Maybe one day it'll happen. But thank you for that. I'm gonna gonna just throw that in there. Thank you. Brian, thank you so much. I was hoping T'Challa would give his life saving Namor due to the Doom scheme, thus bringing the conflict between Namor's nation and Wakanda to an end. Of course, I'm no screenwriter. Hey, look, yeah, maybe, sure. I mean, but again, we have to wait and see. I mean, I hate playing this game of like, how can we kill T'Challa? I don't want to play that game because I don't like the idea of killing T'Challa when the last time we saw him, he was chilling with his family, minding his business, having a good old time. I don't really want to get into that. But I guess if we have to do this, I guess that's better than making him die from illness. But Jesus, I don't want to sit here and play around with I don't want to play the How to Kill T'Challa game. Personally, I don't want to. But I appreciate it. I mean, there's levels to everything. But thank you for that. I appreciate your comment. Mambo, what you got? I agree with your assessment on Black trauma, E-Man, but shows like them or 12 Years a Slave are not for us. It's for the people that are still uninformed. I disagree. Because actually to both of those, matter of fact, one of the reasons I never liked 12 Years a Slave, it's a good movie. It's made very well. What I don't like about slave movies is that they try to end on a good note. Excuse me, ending a slave movie on a good note makes no sense. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like saying, hey, y'all, we put out the smoke. We put up a fan, the smoke is gone, but the fire's still burning in the house. No. 12 Years a Slave, hey, spoiler alert, he gets back with his family. Everything's great. No, it's not. Slavery's still a thing. It's still a problem. You still got, freaking Jim Crow laws. You still got people getting lynched. It's not informative. It makes people comfortable. It makes people think, see, slavery wasn't that bad. No, it's not okay for them. I want them to understand it's still a product of a history that's affecting us today. Show me that movie. Them, you don't learn none of that in here. You see a whole scene of them torturing and mutilating Black bodies. What are people that are not, let's say, that are not Black, what are they learning from that? Except for being desensitized to Black bodies being tortured, maimed, and killed, and there's zero purpose behind it. What educational thing is there? What have either one of those properties sparked in a positive reaction? Have they started new laws to be passed? Have they started better educational tools in schools? They've done nothing. So I respectfully disagree with that it's not better for people that are uninformed. If anything, it further misinforms them. I don't need to traumatize, again, non-Black people. I don't have to traumatize you with Black trauma. I want to educate you. I want you to know, hey, when this stuff happens and it is part of American history, this is why things are the way they are today. This is why people today are still talking about Black Lives Matter. This is why this and this happened. That's what needs to happen with people that are uninformed. Real changes. Black trauma should not be there for entertainment. Anywho. Thank you, Mambo. I appreciate you. Marcus, well, now I'm crying. I know, bro. It's tough, man. I wasn't expecting that. It thug tears all around. All right. Real Django. I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude. Elbow. Ha ha ha. Yeah, that was the Downey thing. Yeah. I mean, again, I don't know what the joke was. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little too sensitive right now. I'm just like, but anyway, thank you for that. Appreciate you. Ordinary Christian, what you got? They got an Emmett Till movie and potentially killing off T'Challa within the same year. Recast T'Challa, lock her up. Potentially, and like I said, we just gotta wait and see what happens. Hope for the best, and see if something better comes about. Let's see. T3 Media, thank you so much. Shout out to you, the godfather of Recast T'Challa. I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate that so much. For real. And thank you also, Way, for repping Recast T'Challa the way that you do. I do appreciate that. Dwight, question: do you think the plot leak came from people upset over the direction of the movie? Recast T'Challa was like your second job this week. keep it going. I don't know who leaked the plot. We still have to wait and see if the plot will stay the same. If those leaks are true, I've proven to you guys many times. I've shown you many examples that Marvel does not stop working on a movie. They will keep working all the way in post-production. So if people are like, well, the movie's wrapped, it's done. No, it's not. They have 3 months. They still do stuff on their movies way after they show you a trailer. If you don't realize, go Google it. Marvel stays working on these things. Ask the VFX people, the people that are working overworked, ask them about how Marvel works all the way to the last minute. If you don't believe me, go research. I told y'all already how Marvel will change. They'll change a plot. They'll change a story. They'll edit things out at the last minute, sometimes based off of an internet rumor. Go Google Age of Ultron, Hulk story, internet rumor. Google what I just said. Read it for yourself. I don't make these things up. I only go off of what is purported and what is documented. I'm not going to sit here and assume things. And if I do, I will tell you I'm assuming it. If I tell you, it's usually because it's backed up and documented. So, you know what? I don't know if that's what they're going to do with the plot or not. I don't know their intentions, but I will say that plot leaks happen all the time. People leak stuff all the time. It's not uncommon, which is actually kind of funny to me because people be like, how come you don't know what's going to happen in the movie? And I'm like, you don't think information leaks? Y'all do know that like people actually watch the movies in early screeners and testers before the general public ever does. Y'all do know that, right? Like there are people, Marvel does this with every single movie. It's called a Marvel Friends and Family screener. They will bring their friends and family that work in Marvel to watch movies. Maybe a friend of a friend goes to watch it and leaks online at Reddit or 4chan or whatever. It happens all the time. All the time. Anyway, thank you for that, Dwight. Appreciate you. Marcus, what you got? How do you think the MCU will handle the Blue Marvel story? That's heavy reading in the comics. I would say even more than Isaiah Bradley, Brave Enough. I have no idea. I wish I could give you a really good answer for that, bro, but I have no idea. My guess, and I'm hoping they introduce Blue Marvel in The Marvels, the Captain Marvel sequel, where you're gonna have Ms. Marvel, you're gonna have Monica Rambeau, the original, right? And then Captain Marvel. I hope they bring in Blue Marvel there. So, but what story they're gonna tell, I have no idea. They're going in such a whole different direction. You can't even really look at the comics no more because like the MCU is trying to do something different. So I have no idea, bro. I'm sorry. I wish I could give you something better. Marsha Reese, in real life, Solomon Northrop did go home, but I hear you. Okay, all right, all good. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. Let's see what else we got. Impossible, what you got regarding your criticism of the ending of the Slave movie? On a good note, what do you think about Django Unchained? First of all, Django Unchained is based on fiction, so that part, you know, I don't have as much of an issue with. I have an issue because 12 Years a Slave was based on a real story, if I'm not mistaken. But hold on, wait. But the I don't like it when people take real history and put it in movies and only cap it off on, you know, on a happy ending. So yes, he did actually go home, and that's fine. But what I'm saying is that when people watch that movie, and let's just say that's their only exposure to slavery because they school never taught them nothing, in their mind, it still gives off the impression that everything is just fine. It does not leave them with the impression of like, oh man, look how bad slavery is. Again, you also have these other tropes that happen where you have the white savior, where all black people or white people during that time couldn't be bad, right? There's always got to be that Brad Pitt character that was just good and, you know, whatever. So for me, I'm just kind of iffy when it takes real life history and puts it in a movie. And let's say they change up some things. Case in point, Hidden Figures. Kevin Costner's role. Oh yeah, they lied on that character. A lot of the things he was doing never happened. Why? Because they admitted this. They had to put somebody in there that was sympathetic with white audiences. whatever. I don't like that. Tell the real story. But anyway, Django, listen, I love Django, but it's a work of fiction, so I'm okay with that. But thank you so much for that. Appreciate you. All right, we're gonna try and go through these fast. Let's see, Dre, what you got at work listening from us at Ford KC Plant, UAW Local 249. The guys say hi. All right, shout out to the guys. Thank you so much for that. Sure, most of the scenes are centered around T'Challa, Storm, aka Avengers versus X-Men. That doesn't concern Shuri. Kill T'Challa to elevate her with his stories. Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate you. Let's see. Wait, Eman's where my channel hold up. Yes, I think I've seen you somewhere on. I don't know. I've seen people everywhere, but I think I have. But thank you so much. I appreciate you. Let's see, Puma. Let's see. A true thing would be to show the effect of redlining on us as people and why equality is still an issue, including wealth. Racism hurts deeply. Facts. Jay, back at it. This movie can easily be edited so that it's set during the blip so that T'Challa is alive. So I don't get why people say it can't be changed. Facts. I've always said that I got a whole blip theory on my channel. All they have to do, slap a timestamp on there, happen between, Infinity War and Endgame. There you go. Let's see. Thank you so much. Eric, what you got? I'm late, but Emmett Till was shot in the face multiple times and drowned before being hung. His face was so unrecognizable. The funeral and the picnic. Yep. Thank you. That is absolutely true. That was why they had an open casket. Ashura Campea's tweet looked racist. I don't know. I can't tell you. I don't personally believe he's racist, so I can't comment on that. And again, I haven't seen the tweet, so I don't know. I can't. I'm not in a position to talk about that. At least responsibly, so I'm not going to. Batfleck, in case y'all didn't know, return the Snyderverse, release the Snyder Cut, all that good stuff. Part of that, I'm not gonna go into long history, but DC, woo, they've been having some problems, lots and lots of problems. Y'all already know Snyder Cut, Snyderverse, all that stuff has always been an issue. But Ben Affleck has left. Ben Affleck has said he's done playing Batman, but he's still gonna show up in the Flash, which, by the way, they need to recast Ezra Miller. But yes, he is going to appear there. But apparently, the word has the secret is out. The secret is out, and it was by none other than Jason Momoa. And personally, I think this is because Jason Momoa has been hanging around Vin Diesel a little too much. Okay, but apparently Ben Affleck's Batman is actually confirmed to return for Aquaman 2. And that's right, Lost Kingdom, you are going to get him again. This is Jason Momoa's Instagram, and he has confirmed that Ben Affleck is going to return here. He said some kind words. Basically, there was a tour going on. I don't know if y'all can hear it or not. I don't know if there's an echo. I hope there's not an echo. But if you go to Jason Momoa's, if you go to his Instagram, basically what happened was there was a bus tour or, a little tour for the audiences and stuff. And while they were going through stuff, the funniest thing, Ben Affleck is in the trailer. Okay. Ben Affleck is in the trailer, getting ready to shoot his stuff. And while he's out there, Jason Momoa, I guess he was live or whatever. This man walked into the trailer, showed Ben Affleck, and it was like, oh, my bad. Oops. I guess the secret is out. And those people saw that Ben Affleck was there with Aquaman. So it was like, all right, whatever. Batman's going to be in Aquaman. So that's how the secret just got done, or secret got out. But yeah, it is confirmed that Ben Affleck is going to show back up in Aquaman 2, which, I guess it makes sense. I mean, Aquaman is a byproduct of the Snyder Cut, Snyderverse, I should say, and so is Batman there. I would hope that, and my assumption is that the Flash movie is going to reset everything anyway. So it does kind of make sense to kind of have them still have Affleck's Batman in there, because more than likely after the Flash, everybody's gone. It's like everybody's gone. Michael Keaton, the GOAT Batman, is still going to be around. Hopefully they recast Ezra Miller as well as Flash. and it might create a whole new timeline moving forward. But anyway, what do y'all think about this news of Batfleck coming back? Are you excited for it? Do you not care? Like, I don't know. Y'all let me know how you feel about Ben Affleck coming back as Batman. Let me grab this. Let's see. Brian, Jewish Holocaust and Black Holocaust, except one is still going on. Schindler's List caused change and thought. Will Till do the same? Not a political thought, just a human thought. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I talk about when I say movies have an impact, right? Like Schindler's List, great movie, definitely caused awareness, so on. You're not just exploiting Jewish pain, you're bringing about some sort of change and awareness, hopefully, right? So that's what I hope any of these movies do. Like, yo, if you're gonna show us something, especially something hurtful, harmful, or traumatic, like, do it for a reason. You know what I'm saying? Like, show it with some purpose. So yeah, I'm with you on that. Thank you so much. Let's see. Ashura, Blue Marvel will be nerfed as always in the MCU. We don't know that yet, so I can't co-sign that. Jay, let's see. Oh, and PS, we want Tyrese, TChalla, Django clip. No, we don't. I will not support a TChalla. I will boycott that. I will boycott that. Okay, that I shall boycott. Thank you so much for that, Jay. I appreciate you. All right, let's move on. Let's see. Okay, now, in case you have not heard, Will Smith smacked somebody at the Oscars. Crazy, right? But while this happened, I'm not gonna go back and forth. We already know about this. He issued an apology on his Instagram when that happened. And it was heartfelt, right? And Will Smith has been gone for like 3 months or something like that since that happened. And ever since he slapped Chris Rock, Chris Rock has kind of gone out, said some things here and there. I've said for the longest that they need to just do a red table talk, get it out the way, and we can move on, right? But Will did something else. He decided to get on video and issue an apology to Chris Rock. And I wanted to play that for you all here. So let's bring it on back. All right. Now he did a longer clip. I'm not gonna play the full 5 minutes or whatever it is. I'm just gonna play like the first minute of it. But he did do an apology to Chris Rock straight up, and I do want y'all to listen to it because I also have something that I want to say once this is done. So let me get this loaded up and let's hear what Will had to say.
Didn't you apologize to Chris in your acceptance speech? I was fogged out by that point. It's all fuzzy. I've reached out to Chris, and the message that came back is that he's not ready to talk, and when he is, he will reach out. So I will say to you, Chris, I apologize to you. My behavior was unacceptable, and I'm here whenever you're ready to talk. I want to apologize to Chris's mother. I saw an interview that Chris's mother did, and that was one of the things about that moment. I just didn't realize, and I wasn't thinking, but how many people got hurt in that moment. So I want to apologize to Chris's mother. I want to apologize to Chris's family, specifically Tony Rock. We had a great relationship. Tony Rock was my man. And this is probably irreparable. I spent the last 3 months replaying and understanding the nuances and the complexities of what happened in that moment. And I'm not going to try to unpack all of that right now, but I can say to all of you, there is no part of me that thinks that was the right way to behave in that moment. There's no part of me that thinks that's the optimal way to handle a feeling of disrespect or insults.
All right. Well, that's Will Smith's, for the record, that's his like second apology, by the way. So again, you know, he did post something just a couple of days after you know, he did first he did another apology to everybody, but then he did another apology to Chris specifically on his Instagram. But if I'm not mistaken, this is when he's like actually done this on video, in person, etc. Now, I'm not going to judge how long it took him to get out here. Personally, in my opinion, I think it would have been better served to do it earlier. But I'm not going to judge him for that, right? And the other thing is, he said that he reached out to Chris, which I commend him for that. Like, you know, don't just be coming down here doing all these videos and stuff. Like, first, because you did do this on national television, so I do appreciate the fact that you're using, and he has a big reach. I do appreciate the fact that he's doing a video to say, you know, I'm sorry. But I do also respect the fact that he tried to go to Chris directly, man to man, in person, too. The other thing is, I will say that, hey, Chris does not owe him an acceptance. Chris said, like, yo, not now. Chris said, like, I'm not ready to talk about it. He's right. You don't have to talk to him just because Will is ready, just because Will apologized. No, you can wait. And here's the other thing. If Chris don't want to forgive him, he don't have to. But at least for Will, what I appreciated was like, he was like, yo, I was wrong. I did something terrible. I apologize to you and your mama and your brother. And I'm here when you're ready. That is all you can do when you are in the wrong and you need to apologize. That's all you can do, is just show your sincerity. Because I do believe him. I do believe he really is hurt about it. And if you watch the rest of the video, which I encourage you to do, just go to Will Smith's Instagram, his YouTube, whatever. You can watch the rest. It's like 5 minutes long. I do believe Will Smith, and I respect him for this. It's the least that you can do, right? Now, with all that said, I want to do something very similar. In all the coverage of the Will Smith slap and all that stuff, I did something that I think was a little unfair. Actually, it was unfair, not a little. I blamed Jada. And I was caught up in all the hoopla. I've read way too much of their background and way too much drama and stuff like that. And I was blaming her and all this. I want to apologize, and I want to take that back, because I don't believe she was at fault for Will Smith's actions. So I'm going to be not egotistical and hold on to my guns, because I could be wrong about stuff, and I have the right to change my mind. And I'm going to apologize for putting Jada out there. Now, I do have some other issues, but for that slap, not her fault. So I'm going to go ahead and say that and own up to that. So, anywho, what do y'all think about Will Smith apologizing to Chris Rock? Do you accept his apology? Do you care? Do you just want to move on? I don't know. Y'all let me know in the comments down below. All right. I already told y'all they need to get this over with anyway, because golly, they just gonna drag this sucker on forever. Oh, all right. Let's get back to some Marvel news. Ooh, this news about to get so juicy. I cannot wait. This is gonna be so good news. So we have an Avengers update. And the Avengers update is you know, because we got all this news from Comic-Con, we got all this news, you know, about what's happening, what's coming, and all that stuff. Recently, it was actually said that the Russo brothers are not going to return to do a Avengers movie. Yeah, all right. Y'all can believe this if you want to. All right, whatever. But it was said to by Kevin Feige, the Russo brothers are not connected to it. They have been, I think, very direct about that. We love them, they love us. We want to find something to do together, but not this. All right. Whatever y'all say. All right. Okay, Kevin. All right, whatever. Yeah, so they are saying that they are not going to do Avengers Secret Wars, right? Which, by the way, golly, I mean, even after Infinity War and Endgame, the one thing they ever talked about was, we'd love to come back for Secret Wars. Yeah, maybe one day we do Secret Wars. You know what would be a good movie to do? Secret Wars. But they don't want to be they're not gonna do Secret Wars. Man, if y'all don't shut up, lies. I don't believe you. You need more people. Let me tell you something. You mean to tell me y'all don't want $2 billion? Y'all don't want that? Marvel, you don't want no money? You don't want that money with the Russo brothers? All right. That's fine. We'll believe the lie for now. Okay. They not, hey, look, they could be telling the truth. They might not be attached for now. But the fact that y'all not attached at all, yeah, all right. Whatever y'all say. Whatever y'all say. So anywho, do y'all believe him? Y'all let me know if y'all believe him. I personally do not. But we do have some word about Avengers, and that is going to be Shang-Chi director Destin Daniel Cretton is going to be doing the Kang Dynasty, Avengers, the Kang Dynasty. So we know that is going to be happening coming up very soon. It was revealed to be part of the back-to-back Avenger movies that we're going to get in 2025. And Daniel is going to be directing this. Now, I got to say, my man Daniel is finna be busy. Busy. I don't know if y'all recall, but he's also supposed to do what is the other thing he's supposed to do? He's supposed to do Wonder Man. Daniel Destin is supposed to also do Wonder Man. Now, he might be produced. Yeah, it looks like he's going to be producing it. He's going to be producing Wonder Man. I don't know if he's going to also direct, but he's got that to do. Then he's also got Shang-Chi Part 2 to also direct. And then he's going to do Avengers Kang Dynasty. So that really got me thinking, like, okay, does this mean maybe that Shang-Chi and Avengers and Kang, that they all connected? I'm wondering, could the 10 rings actually be future technology that belonged to Kang the Conqueror? Is that the signal? Remember, there was a signal at the end of Shang-Chi. Like, who are they talking to? And remember, Captain Marvel was like, I ain't never seen nothing like this. Maybe she ain't never seen nothing like this because it came from the future. Can y'all imagine Shang-Chi showing up in Avengers? He got his rings. He like, oh yeah, we on now. And Kang's like, give me my rings back. He gonna pull a whole Debo like, boom, what rings? My rings. And Shang-Chi just gonna be like, oh, okay. Can y'all imagine that? So I'm just wondering, having Destin Daniel Cretton, I'm wondering if there's a connection now. Y'all let me know what y'all think, though. Do you think that Avengers Kang Dynasty with this director, with the Shang-Chi director, do y'all think there's a correlation? If not, that's fine. But I'd love to hear what y'all think about that. All right, let's move on. I got a couple quick ones here. Let's see. Hey, what's up with Hunters 2? I don't know. I heard that it was still in production. It was happening. I don't know when. But Hunters on Amazon, that was a great show. I loved it. So I have no idea what's going on with it though. But thank you for that, Puma. Appreciate you. Y'all go watch Hunters. That was a good show. I liked it. Moving down. Eric, what's up? Can we accept Will's apology so we can get Bad Boys 4? I already accepted. I was already ready for Bad Boys 4. Like, I was cool. Like, I'm going to watch Will Smith movies. So that ain't never gonna, that's not gonna bother me. Let's see. Mo, what you got? Chris should apologize to black people for laughing with those white comedians tossing the N-word. Well, yeah, I saw that video. Hey, listen, I don't put anyone above criticism. Nobody is above reproach. You want to criticize him for that? Go be my guest. Be my guest. But thank you for that. Appreciate you. Let's see. William. Oh my God, what happened to the comment? Thank you for that though. Appreciate you. Let's see. Jay, I think Steven Spielberg or Dennis Villeneuve can do Secret Wars. Ready Player One is proof Steve can't. I don't know if they want to. That's the thing. Like, you have to think about it, that a lot of these directors, especially these old school minded directors, they don't really like how Marvel does things. Some directors don't want to play in a sandbox. They want to create the playground, if that makes sense. So some directors are, because if you go work for Marvel, you got to listen to Kevin Feige. If Kevin Feige says, hey, I want you to make, I don't know, Fantastic Four, he's going to tell you, all right, you can do this, but you can't do this. Run wild, but you can only play here. And some directors are not used to that. And some directors don't want that. Some directors want to be like, yo, don't tell me where to play. I want to play everywhere. I want to play in the whole playground. Don't just tell me I can only play in this sandbox. So, while that's a good, I'd love to see a movie from either one of them do Marvel. That might not happen because directors, they want their own freedom. And some just don't gel like that. And, that's fair. Hey, go where you want to go, do what you want to do. That's one of the reasons why Matt Reeves did not want to do, and he said this, he didn't want to do a Marvel movie. And that's why he went to DC, because DC was like, man, look, we don't care. What you want to do? A Batman movie? Go ahead. You want to do whatever? You want to create a whole Gotham? Do you? We ain't got nothing to lose. Have you seen Suicide Squad? We ain't got nothing to lose. Run free. Okay, so yeah, it all depends. But thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. All right, let's move on. Speaking of which, we're gonna keep it on the Marvel. Boom, we got a Fantastic Four update. As y'all know, Fantastic Four was announced. I believe that's coming in 2025, if I'm not mistaken. But we do have an update from Kevin Feige, no less, and that is that the Fantastic Four won't be an origin story. Kevin Feige reveals. He says a lot of people know this origin. A lot of people know the basics. How do we take that and bring something that they've never seen before? We've set a very high bar for ourselves with bringing that to the screen. So, in other words, don't get your hopes up on seeing the Fantastic Four do anything. This kind of gives me the impression that it is possible the Fantastic Four might come from a different reality, because it sounds like he just wants them to just pop up. Maybe, I don't know. Or it could be the same way that they handled Spider-Man. Now, I would argue that I don't know if enough of the younger generation actually really know the origin of Fantastic Four. I mean, listen, my 14-year-old daughter, she just now started watching the 2005 Fantastic Four movie. She wasn't even born yet, so I don't know if not doing an origin story is like the best idea. I would think that maybe do something a little bit different. Maybe do flashbacks of the origin while they're already there. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, it doesn't have to be a straight up like, here's Reed Richards, here's Sue Storm, and here, you ain't got to do it traditionally. Maybe you still show a movie in current times, but show elements of it. I'm just saying, if you don't want to harp on the entire movie, still show elements, because again, some people don't know it. There are people born that watch these movies that have no idea where they came from or who they are or even why they're so important to Marvel. There are some people that don't know that the Fantastic Four were created in the 60s to be Marvel's response to the Justice League, or Justice Society, whichever, from DC. They don't know that, so it's kind of like, yo, like it's not a terrible idea to do the origin stories, especially when there's been a lot of time, because we haven't had that much Fantastic Four. Spider-Man, we've had Spider-Man constantly one way or another over and over and over again. Not so much with the Fantastic Four. But anyway, y'all let me know, how do you feel about a Fantastic Four origin story? Do you think it's needed? Do you think that they should do something else? Should should they do the origin? Should they not? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. All right. I love this story, and I wanted to take some time with this. Y'all remember Tony Stark, played by Robert Downey Jr., passed away tragically and heroically in Avengers Endgame. Spoiler alert. With Tony Stark's death, I think it touched a lot of people, and we were moved by it, But something got revealed recently. And if you recall, Tony Stark's journey started in 2008 when he first came on the screen as Iron Man and declared to the world, I am Iron Man, right? Ever since then, Tony's been on a journey. He's been on an arc. It took 10 years to tell this man's story. And it came to an end, when we got to Endgame. But let me tell you something. Everybody wasn't all on board. Everyone was not on board with killing Tony Stark. You know who that was? Of course, one of the main people that was involved with Tony from the beginning. Happy himself. That's right, director of Iron Man himself, Jon Favreau, called up the Russo brothers and told them to stop them from killing Tony Stark. He said, you can't do this, man. You can't do this. What did they say? Part of the pressure not to kill Tony Stark came from Jon Favreau, who called us up after he read the script, said the Russo brothers. And he said to us, are you really gonna kill Iron Man? Huh. Joe Russo added, he did. Yeah, and I remember pacing on the corner of a stage on the phone with Favreau, trying to talk him off a ledge. This man was finna kill himself. What? Off a ledge. Because he's like, you can't do this. It's going to devastate people. And you don't want them, walking out the theater into traffic. We did it anyway. The screenwriters, Christopher Marcus and Stephen McFeely, they defended the choice to kill Tony Stark off shortly after the movie was released to blockbuster box office numbers. And they said, McFeely told the New York Times, everyone knew this was going to be the end of Tony Stark. The writers explained that Tony's arc since the 2008 was to achieve selflessness. So not killing him and allowing him a peaceful retirement would not be true to that arc. They go on to say, we had the opportunity to give him the perfect retirement life within the movie, Marcus said. He already got that. That's the life he's been striving for. And he and Pepper going to get together? Yes. They got married. They had a kid. It was great. It's a good death. He doesn't feel like a tragedy. It feels like a heroic, finished life. I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. You know why? Because first of all, let's go back. Let's go back. Oh, I love this story. I love this story. I love this story. What was Jon Favreau's initial knee-jerk reaction? You can't do this. Don't do it. Don't kill Tony Stark. Why? Because he wanted Tony Stark. He didn't want it to be a tragedy. He didn't want to hurt people in the theaters that have grown to love Tony Stark. Has not Tony Stark, the character and the actor, Robert Downey Jr., have they both not become iconic? Because of their iconic status, why would you want to kill them off? Jon Favreau's sentiment, his attachment to Tony Stark was a lot like everyone else's. I think a lot of people would have been like if we all knew that Tony Stark was going to die in Endgame, we did know that, but let's just say we knew that. I think a lot of people were like, hold on now, hold on. Why you got to kill Tony Stark off? Can't you kill off Ant-Man or somebody else? Like, somebody else can take that hit, right? Like, anybody else? Like Iron Fist? Don't y'all want to put Iron Fist in there and make Iron Fist do that snap? Anybody else? Jon Favreau's concern was legitimate. He did not want Tony Stark's death to just be some random plot device and make people feel sad unnecessarily. I totally understand that. And he should feel that way. He was there from the beginning with him. Right? But I also agree with the Russos and the writers. They say, yo, we had to kill him anyway because it was part of his arc. And let me explain what that means. If you go back to the very first Iron Man movie, Tony was selfish. Tony was arrogant. He was self-centered. It was always about Tony. Okay? And Tony's arc was always about being less selfish. When we got up from Iron Man to Avengers, what do you think the biggest line was for Tony Stark? It came from Captain America when he said, "You'll never make the sacrifice play." Remember that? He was calling Tony out and saying, you will never be that guy that will take it for the team. That was part of his arc. And as the Avengers developed, as you go from the first Avengers movie, you go to Avengers Age of Ultron. What happened? He got spooked. He got, all up in his head because he started to realize, oh my God, there are aliens out there. There are bigger threats out there. The world is bigger than me. There's more to the world than just me. This is what made Tony want to create Ultron, to protect the world, because it started not to be about him. And then if you progress to Iron Man 3, Tony started to get paranoid. He started to have postpartum depression, PTSD. Because he was sitting here thinking like, oh my God, like it was too much. He was really, really getting anxious about everything because it stopped being about him. It crashed his world. And then, of course, when we get to Infinity War and and he loses Spider-Man, that hit him hard. That hit him real hard. And all of these things were meant to push his story to becoming less selfish. And then, of course, he gets the end game. Think about it. From Infinity War, after he lost the kid. After he lost the kid, there were 5 years that went forward. 5 years where Tony married Pepper. Tony had his daughter, had his kid, Love your 3,000. He did all those things and he protected them. He moved away. He lived his life. And when the opportunity came to bring back everybody, to go back in time, do all the saving and all that, he did that. He didn't have to, but he made that play to bring everybody else back. He left his family and was like, I got to do this for everybody else. And when he got to Endgame and Doctor Strange said, this was it. And he knew what he had to do. He didn't pass that mantle. He didn't pass that gauntlet over to Iron Fist like he should have. He didn't give it to Ant-Man like he could have. He kept it for himself and made the sacrifice play. The reason why people are not heartbroken that he was no longer around was because it was part of his story arc. And we had 10 years of development in that time. That's why, as they say, it was a good death. It was a death with meaning. It was a death that to this day still impacts the MCU. Tony had a complete arc, and that death was still incorporated into it. So if you completely understand that full trajectory, that full picture I just painted for you, if you get that this man died for everybody else, that his death had purpose, then I want you to just sit back and think about what it would be like if Tony had actually been killed off after Iron Man 1. With what you know now about Stark, I want you to think if we went to a parallel universe and they killed off Tony Stark in the first movie. Okay, fine. Let's say Iron Man 2. They killed him off after a couple cameos. Do you think it would be as much of a good death? And if your answer to that is no, then I implore you to have a little bit of understanding as to why we are saying recast T'Challa. We're saying recast T'Challa because we don't believe killing T'Challa's character this early is a good death. We don't believe, again, we don't know exactly how he's going to die, but just introducing his killing now, again, by the way, because when we first watched the first Black Panther movie, we thought he died, and he was near death. We thought he died when he went over that waterfall. He did die when he got snapped away. We don't think it would be a good death if he were killed off for a third time or another time, however many times. I'm losing count. I shouldn't have to lose count. That is one of the reasons why we say recast T'Challa, because T'Challa deserves a full story arc no differently than Tony Stark. Because a premature death, no matter the reason, is not a good death. So I really hope that people at least have a little bit of understanding when fans are pretty much saying, we know that this is not, we know that this is like a terrible situation with Chadwick Boseman. We get that. We know we don't own the IP to the characters. We get that. But you're still asking us for our money to go watch these movies. If people don't pay, and no, I'm not talking about a boycott. I'm saying if fans were not there, you would not have these situations. You would not have these characters at all. Let's not forget, Marvel almost went bankrupt. There was a point in time when all these characters would have been in the basement in somebody's drawer somewhere collecting dust. It's because of fans bringing money to the table that we have these things. So any argument about like, well, you don't control the characters and all that, actually, we kind of sort of do. It's a shared relationship. Creators create and produce, and audiences consume and view it. It's a shared relationship. It's mutual. So when the fan base is sitting here saying like, hey, can we not have this premature death? Can we not bring in real life trauma into fictional trauma? It's the same reason why what happened with Tony Stark is being communicated here. At the very least, give the character a full arc. At the very listen, put him on the side, hold off if you have to, but just don't permanently end it, because it would not be a good death. It wouldn't be. And again, I don't even think you need to kill him again. I think just, it would have been nice if he could have just been, I don't know, in retirement. Like, what would have been the harm if T'Challa were allowed to go live in peace with Nakia and go have a kid, and we just don't see them? At least he alive. And then we can go travel the multiverse and do all the other stuff. I think that would have been great. Anyway, we'll have to wait and see how that goes. But, we have to see how they do it in the movie. But I do want people to just understand the connection here of, you saw how Jon Favreau felt, and you saw the reason why they justified Tony's death. And you also see the reaction people had. Nobody's mad that Tony Stark is dead. Everybody celebrated. We all took a knee with them. We all were feeling bad, but at the same time, we was like, damn it, he led a good life. Damn it, Tony did a great service. He gave us 10 years. I'm talking about the character. Gave us 10 years of great stories. And you know what? Ain't nobody sitting here talking about recast Tony Stark. Why? Because you don't have to. You told a good story. You don't have to recast Tony Stark because his story's complete. And it was full. It was accomplished. T'Challa ain't got that. I told you, you don't know what T'Challa will be like as a father. You don't know what he'll be like as a husband. You don't know what he'll be like as a king. You don't know what he'll be like as a diplomat. You don't know what his relationship is with Wakanda after making the decision to open up the whole country to the world. You don't know that. So ending his character now is premature. Yes, I understand they might be doing it for the right reasons that they feel, but it's still premature nevertheless. Anywho, what do y'all think about Jon Favreau's reaction? What do you think about the Russo brothers' decision to go ahead and kill Tony Stark off in the first place? What do you think about having a good death and what it means, especially in the MCU? Let me know your comments down below. All right. I think I got a couple. I might have had some comments here. Let me grab them. Man, I love that story. I agree with everything. I agreed with all of that. That was just juicy. I love it when a good news article just comes by. Love it. All right, let's see. Hold on, I'm coming back up. I got a lot I gotta grab. I'm coming. Okay, got that. Wait. Okay, all right, I'm caught up. Let me get it. Scrolling. Impossible, what you got? Marvel needs to bring out Fing Fang Foom and the Maculons and keep them as the origin of the 10 rings like in the comics. Please recast Iron Fist, excuse me. I don't care. If you want to bring back Fing Fang, I'm fine. I really don't care. I'm fine with it either way. But if you don't like the Kang connection, that's cool too. I understand. Let's see, Patrick, what you got? And yet with Ezra Miller, it's crickets. Well, that's the WB policy nowadays. We don't talk about Ezra. Kid Anime, click that like button, y'all. I would appreciate that. Go ahead and click the like. If you're new here, please don't forget to subscribe to the channel as well. Puma Lee, what you got? Not to mention T'Challa's Black Panther first appeared in Fantastic Four comics and beat all of them. Recast T'Challa, save T'Challa. Wakanda needs him. I agree. Yes, that was fantastic storytelling. It was a great introduction to propel T'Challa to that level. Because again, imagine somebody coming in and whooping the Justice League out of nowhere. That was the equivalent back then, especially a black man in the 60s, beating up the all-white family. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. That was causing a ruckus. Oh man. That is how T'Challa came on the scene. And that was magnificent. Pat King, what you got? Recast T'Challa. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that so much. William back at it. They was like, we just like hurting people. Listen, apparently. Listen. But they did it with a reason. And I respect that reason. The reason made sense to kill Tony Stark. It made perfect sense. Like that's why I laid out the whole timeline for y'all, because it was part of the story. People were feeding off of it. And it added great character development. We saw Tony go from being completely selfish to completely selfless. Absolutely made sense. Absolutely. Let's see. Thank you so much. Yo, 3,000 Kevin. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you. Let's see. Black, what you got? You're doing Lord's work. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Let's see. Do I have another? I think I did. I don't know. Wait, there we go. Cynthia, what you got? Recast T'Challa, R.I.P. Chadwick Boseman. Thank you for that. And yes, totally agree with you on there. Let's see. Wraith, what you got? IP comic characters like Iron Man, Captain America, and Black Panther should not be killed off in the films. I will say that nobody, look, first of all, when it comes to movies, when it comes to comics, everybody dies. A lot of people die, but then they come back. We get that. When it comes to the movies, I think we have to understand a couple things. One, anytime you have a movie, anytime you have a fictional character, actors are usually not going to outlive the fictional character. Usually, especially if it's an iconic, legendary character, it's going to live on beyond the actor. Okay? If that were not the case, we still wouldn't have Hamlet. Could y'all imagine if somebody said, don't recast Hamlet in the 1800s and we just never saw it again? Or nope, you can't have Macbeth. Nope, can't nobody beat Macbeth because Sir William Allen played Macbeth the best in 1902. I don't know. Like fictional characters are meant to live on. When it comes to film, I've told y'all this as well too. We already walk into a theater suspending belief that this real person is playing this fictional person. We already do that. So even when they switch it up on us, nobody is really all that jarred up because we already know that it's real people playing a role. Nobody blinked when Cheadle and Terrence Howard changed places. We was like, wait a minute. Yeah, well, whatever. Nobody cared when Ed Norton and Ruffalo switched places. We was like, that's the Hulk. All right, smash something. You already go in there with that. And I want to knock down this belief because this is something that people say, and I don't think people understand how human nature works. People say if they had recasted T'Challa and just automatically did it, people would have been mad. Let me explain one scenario that would disprove that immediately. We already know a lot of people might not be comic fans, and a lot of people are MCU fans. And because of that, they will do and go with whatever Marvel says, right? We also know that a lot of people are very sympathetic to the cast and crew. Great. I am too. Totally understandable. Let me put this out there for people. Imagine if Ryan Coogler came out in December of 2020 and gave a super impassionate speech about his friend, Chadwick Boseman. Imagine if Ryan Coogler came out and said, my friend, Chadwick, would want us to continue. And because he would want us to continue, we're going to recast. Think about that hypothetical for a second. Do you honestly believe that the MCU fans, the fans of Chadwick, the people that care and love about the cast and crew, do you honestly believe that the amount of backlash would be that huge? You don't think people who basically are not all that informed, also, they're not the ones that are deep into the comics, they're not the ones that are following all the movie news. That's what I mean by uninformed. Like they're casual moviegoers. So I'm not insulting anyone. The people that are not nerds like us, do you honestly think that they would be up in arms if Ryan Coogler, Marvel, came out and said, yo, we love Chadwick so much, we gonna continue? Because that's what we believe Chadwick would have wanted. So all this talk about like, well, there'd be backlash. No, there wouldn't. There would be backlash if they just threw some. There would be backlash if they didn't say nothing and they threw Tyrese in the role. That's how you get that backlash. If they threw in somebody if they threw Terry Crews in the role, that's how that backlash would happen. Because people will be like, are we a joke to you? So no, this whole idea of like, oh, things would have been bad either way. No, they would not have. Marvel always had other options. And let's stop pretending like only the worst case scenario is the only alternative. No, it was not. There were many other ways that this stuff could have played out, and people would have been just fine with it. Thank you for that. Appreciate you, Wraith. Dion, what you got? He had 3 solo movies, 4 co-lead movies, Avengers, or I should say those are cameos, not co-leads. 1 supportive role, Civil War, and 1 cameo, Homecoming. No. So oh, you talking about Tony. I'm sorry. You're right. I thought you were talking about T'Challa, but you're right. Tony was giving the ultimate story arc. Yes. That's absolutely correct. That is absolutely correct. Yes, facts. I can't even add to that. Caravan, what you got? Marvel's trying to make the story of Wakanda more important than the story of T'Challa. We will have to wait and see if that is the case. So we will have to wait and see in the movie. But I will say that Nate Moore has communicated these sentiments in previous interviews. He has said that, the mantle of Black Panther is not just one person. He said that there's more to explore with Wakanda. In my opinion, do that in the Disney Plus show. Disney Plus shows are great for expanding world building. They would be a great place for us to, get a series on Bashanga or other past Black Panthers if you want to talk about the mantle. But the feature story, the center character of Black Panther is T'Challa. It's always been T'Challa. I mean, that's been the case. And I challenge people on this because some people say, well, but it's always been about the mantle. Like, not really. And they say, well, there've been other Black Panthers. Yeah, but they haven't had their own solo stories outside of Shuri for like that little moment. But it's always been about T'Challa and all the other characters. And I give you this other parallel, this other comparison. Look at Superman, Clark Kent. There have always been other Kryptonians. Why is Clark Kent important? If you take any Kryptonian, hey, Zod, some of his henchmen, I'm sure there are other ones in the world. You take any Kryptonian and put them on Earth, they could be Superman. He got a whole cousin, Kara. She's Supergirl. But Clark Kent matters. Y'all don't care about them other Kryptonians. You don't see other big blockbuster Superman movies headlined by other Kryptonians. Supergirl did get one movie, but I don't know if that did too well. It was like in the 80s, I think. It's not about them. It's always about the character. That means you don't care about the mantle. You care about the person. Just because other people can wear Superman's cape and uniform, just because they can have his powers, does not make them the character you've identified with. That's why I talk about it's not about the mantle. Stop thinking that just because the mantle gets passed, that's okay. It's not the same. The characters should matter. If Kara, Supergirl, wanted to be the replacement, I'm fine with that. Don't get rid of Clark Kent. We still want Clark Kent. That's the whole point. Anyway, let's move on. Ooh, the bots are in heavy. What up, bots? How y'all doing? Shout out to the mod squad. I'm sure y'all got that. Let's see. MJ, at least give us a T'Challa variant. I'll take that. I'll take it. Like I said, perfect case scenario. Replace him, replace T'Challa. You cannot replace Chadwick Boseman, obviously. But you can have somebody else play the role of T'Challa. You can have that. All right, let's move on now that we all warmed up for T'Challa and Wakanda. I do want to give a quick Wakanda Forever update because we do have some news about that. So an official synopsis has been released. And it teases a new battle for the kingdom. So I'm going to go ahead and read what Wakanda Forever supposedly is all about. It says, let me make it a little bigger for y'all. In Marvel Studios' Black Panther Wakanda Forever, Queen Ramonda, Shuri, M'Baku, Okoye, and the Dora Milaje fight to protect their nation from intervening world powers in the wake of King T'Challa's death. As the Wakandans strive to embrace their next chapter, the heroes must band together with the help of War Dog Nakia and Everett Ross and forge a new path for the kingdom of Wakanda. Well, I go ahead and say it. King T'Challa's death. Now, I've already told y'all, obviously, so many times, if you're new to this channel, I don't like the idea of killing off T'Challa. Same time, I've never doubted Ryan Coogler to make a good movie. I also have never wished ill on this movie at all. Now, here's one of the reasons why I'm still holding out hope. In that entire synopsis, at no point did they mention a time frame. At no point did they say that this was after Endgame. And I try to tell people that there was always a difference for me in terms of the death of T'Challa. If you were to tell me that this movie takes place during the blip, which means after Thanos made his snap and T'Challa disappeared and before Hulk brought everyone back, there's a difference because technically T'Challa did die during that time. That is also 5 years that have not been shown on screen. We've heard about what happened in between those 5 years, but we haven't seen it. So one of the reasons why I'm still holding out hope for Black Panther Wakanda Forever is because I'm hoping that maybe they are actually talking about T'Challa's death during that time. Why? Because not only is it incredibly unsettling to kill T'Challa after Endgame, while he's enjoying his life and living fine and everything, but it would also mark two problems with the actual story. And Marvel prides themselves in being great storytellers. One problem is the fact that, why is T'Challa dying for yet again? Like, again, one of the rumors is maybe it's an illness. Wakanda got all the health and everything. They could have brought back Killmonger. Like, they could do whatever they want. What do you mean? So that's one issue right there. Not to mention, it's not a good death. We already talked about that. Potentially. But my bigger issue is the fact that, like, if y'all kill T'Challa after Endgame, and you guys are now making a funeral, what the hell were y'all doing during the blip when he died and he was gone for 5 years? Did y'all not make murals for him at that time? Did y'all not have funerals for him at that time? Like, so y'all was just like, damn, T'Challa died. Oh, well, 5 years later, no, T'Challa died again. Now we have a funeral. I hope that it is addressed at that point. This is why I'm saying, even from a narrative standpoint, it would not make sense to keep on killing T'Challa, because how many times does Wakanda have to mourn? When T'Challa went over that waterfall, they mourned. They thought he was dead. They mourned. In the first Black Panther movie, after Infinity War, before Endgame, did they not mourn? For 5 years, did they not mourn? After Endgame, when he came back, T'Challa came back. Y'all gonna kill him again? So I don't know when this movie takes place. So I am going to keep, I'm keeping the faith. I'm keeping the faith that they address this death during the blip. I'm hoping that, because it would make far more sense to talk about a death that literally already happened in the narrative. You're not doubling down on Black Death and the real life trauma of Chadwick Boseman's passing if you talk about the death that already happened in the story. That's why I say doing it during the blip makes more narrative sense. It makes more sense because it already happened and it's not forced. It literally was baked into the plot. But if you do it post Endgame, now you're taking that real life tragedy and you're saying we have to put this into the fictional story that we have all control over. Never mind the magic, never mind the multiverse, never mind variants, never mind time travel, never mind the fact that it's just fiction. We need to take this tragedy and put it into this story if it's after Endgame. So that's why I'm sitting here like, yo, I'm going to give this movie a shot. I'm going to watch this movie because I'm still hoping. I'm hoping that they at least take care of it from a narrative perspective. I'm still going to say recast T'Challa. I'm still going to say that because I still believe T'Challa matters. They don't have to recast it now. They can recast it down the line. But at the same time, I'm going to give this movie a shot and hope that it does not leave some of those issues unaddressed. This is one of the reasons why I bring this stuff up. I bring this stuff up because I want Marvel to kind of be like, ooh, I mean, they're not listening to me. I know that. But I want Marvel to kind of be like, ooh, we did forget about that. Man, good thing the internet talked about it. Man, good thing the internet's going to put, hey, yo, throw in that timestamp. I hope, because they've done it before. So anyway, that is part of the update. There was more to it. We also heard from Winston Duke. Chadwick Boseman's Black Panther co-stars want Wakanda Forever to honor our brother, our leader, and our king. Winston Duke was interviewed, and he said the most important thing, of course, I'm sorry, that wasn't him. That was Garar Denai. The most important thing, of course, was honoring our brother, our leader, for Chadwick. Let's see. Winston Duke also said this. It's also important to let go of any expectations that this movie will be Black Panther 1. This is going to be its own thing. This narrative has evolved and it's changed, just like all the characters and the circumstances of Wakanda itself. For me in particular, I just had to let go of the expectation of this being anything like the first movie and allow this movie to be its own thing. All right. And because of that, I am going to let go of my expectations for this movie. Now, I never expected it to be like Black Panther 1 because, Jesus, we're talking about like an incredibly difficult emotional situation. And then on top of that, we're also talking about a blockbuster movie that's being followed up without its lead character or actor. So yeah, my expectations were already gone. However, I'm not going to go into this with the expectations that this is going to be the worst movie in the world. I absolutely will not do that. Because like I said, I think Ryan Coogler is a very, very good director and writer. I'm hoping that it doesn't do a lot of things that I fear, but I'm gonna give this movie a shot. And I want to make sure I make that clear. Because there is still a possibility they address it during the blip. And again, if you don't know what I'm talking about with the blip, mods, if you don't mind, help me out with that, with the link to that. If you go to my YouTube channel, you can go to my page, and I made a whole video about the blip, explaining what the blip is. I made a whole video explaining how it could be a better way. Here it is right here. It is Black Panther Wakanda Forever, blip theory explained. And what it does is basically give you the groundwork. It gives you the groundwork of basically one option of what Marvel could do when it comes to the blip and the blip theory. And I made it incredibly easy. Okay. One thing that it talks about is, and by the way, it also addresses Shuri being blipped. It addresses that. If you believe that Shuri was blipped, go watch that video. Just go watch the video and let me know if that's possible or not. That's all. But anyway, that is what I'm hopeful for. Thank you so much for that, mod. I appreciate you. Sharice got the it is in the comments. Or like I said, just head on over to my YouTube channel, check out Black Panther Wakanda Forever Blip Theory Explained. And again, it's just a potential option. Nobody's saying Marvel has to do this. I'm just saying it's possible. So don't go walk into these movies thinking this was the only way they could do it. No, it's not. It's fiction. Fiction means anything is possible because you're making it up. But anywho, y'all tell me, how do y'all feel about Winston Duke's comments? Y'all tell me, how do you feel about the synopsis for Black Panther Wakanda Forever, where it talks about T'Challa is dying? Is it a death from the blip, or is it a death from post Endgame when he was chilling with his family and everything was all good? Y'all let me know what you think in the comments down below. All right, let's move on. I got a couple comments, and then we about to get to the juicy news. We got, godly, we at the 3-hour mark. I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all should have known anyway. I'm sorry. You know what it was gonna be. Let's see. All right, I think I'm caught up. Impossible, thank you so much. Not to mention, wasn't Brandon Routh's Superman and Superman Returns a continuation of Christopher Reeve's Superman? Yes, that is actually true. He was a continuation of that, and I'm very glad that you brought that up because do I have it here? Let me see if I got it here for the people. But yes, Brandon Routh was recast as Superman, and he is a continuation of Christopher Reeve's version of Superman. So a lot of people say though, like, but wait, Superman, they waited so long to recast Superman, so that shouldn't be an argument for RecastTChalla. Hey, you're right. They did wait a long time. They waited a good couple of years to recast Superman in the movies. You know what they didn't do though? They never stopped the portrayal of Superman. Look at when Christopher Reeve died. And look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4. They had 4 Superman. No, I'm sorry. They had 3 Superman in between before Brandon Routh showed up again. What does that tell you? That tells you that the portrayal of Superman was too good to be put on ice. Okay? It was too good. Yes, they did not do another movie for Superman. They didn't have another movie, but they never stopped the portrayal of Superman ever since he died. And look at this some more. Do y'all even know who that is? The dude right after Christopher Reeve, where the arrow starts? I think that was Superboy or something. I don't know. I don't know who he is because he sure enough sucked. Apparently, nobody knew. But guess what? That still didn't stop them from casting Superman. They had the privilege to keep going even when the next actor failed. Even when the next actor was done, nobody was checking for him, they kept it going. And let me tell you something, Dean Cain with Superman and Lois, I was tuning into that show, ABC's, on Saturday, Sunday night, whatever it was. I was watching me some Superman and Lois, I was watching that. I mean, Terry Hatcher was a big reason, but still I was watching it. Okay. That did not stop it. And then you had Smallville. Smallville was doing great. People was loving Smallville. Why? Because the portrayal of Superman meant something. Do you think that if all them shows in between and after Reeves' death were terrible, do you think we would have even gotten to Brandon Routh? Do you think we would have ever gotten Henry Cavill? So no, it does. And this is why I tell people it does not matter if it's the same continuity or not. That's irrelevant. People are going to watch and be like, that's Superman. Not one of these people do they say that's not Superman. Every single one is Superman because the portrayal matters. And because of the recasting, all of these actors are still living part of a legacy. It's because of what the recasting does. That's what recasting does. It creates and sustains a legacy. It doesn't matter if the next person sucks. Because I guarantee you, this brother right here, right after Christopher Reeve, when he came out and he sucked, you know what people said? Damn, Christopher Reeve was great. They went back and cemented Christopher Reeve even more. And here's the other thing. When Dean Cain came out and played Superman and people loved it, when Tom Welling came out and played Superboy and Superman in Smallville and people loved it, people was like, hey, they're great. Did it tarnish Christopher Reeve's legacy? Absolutely not. People still was like, man, I still love Christopher Reeve, but I sure do love me some Smallville. That's why recasting has never been a problem. That's why recasting, bust that myth of recasting being a problem. It's not. It never has been. That's why RecastTChalla is what it is. Because I'm saying, keep the portrayal of T'Challa going. Does that mean that it even has to be on the big screen? Do we have a T'Challa TV show coming out? Do we have other portrayals of T'Challa that are not just comic books? Because again, comic books are very tiny. It's very, very tiny. Do we have that portrayal continuing? Everybody watching these movies, do not read the comics. Do we have a Disney Plus series of T'Challa? Can T'Challa get the same treatment as Superman? This is what I'm talking about when I talk about recast. Anywho. Thank you for that. Appreciate that comment. And I'm glad I could point that out. Puma, Sherlock Holmes, Doctor Who, Dracula, Frankenstein have all been recast. That's just a few. The vampire Lestat has just been recast. So recast T'Challa. Yes. Once again, you do not make characters iconic by retiring them and never showing them. That's not how it works. You might have a couple small examples, but the vast majority of popular roles have been recast. I've told people this other example since we got a good 700 something people in here. I tell you this example. Not recasting is kind of like how you treat, think about money. When you don't recast, that's like stuffing your money in under the mattress. Of course, you don't want to lose your money. Of course, you want to preserve your money. Of course, you value your money, so we're going to stuff it under the mattress so it don't go nowhere. But what happens after a couple of years and you forget that money's in the mattress. You get older. You pass it on to another generation. I know that's going to be an old mattress, but let's just say that other generation has no idea that the money's under the mattress. And they throw it away. And they forget about it. Counterexample. Let's talk about investing. When you invest, you have to take the money that you have, the money you worked hard for, you saved and collected all this time, and you have to give some of that away. You have to, you got to give up some of that money. But you invest it so that it grows to something else. So when you invest it, you not only get your money back, but you get more than what you started with. And guess what? You get to pass that down to future generations. Your future generations could be like, dang, I'm so glad that granddaddy done invested and had all that money put aside, because now I could buy a house. Now we can go to school. Now we could do some great things with the money that they had the courage to give a little bit away. That's what recasting does. Recasting is an investment into the future. Not all investments might be good. We just saw that. We don't even know this brother's name that happened after Christopher Reeve. We don't know his name. It was a bad investment. But at the end of the day, we still got Henry Cavill, right? We still got Smallville, right? Every investment might not be great, but damn it, sometimes it's going to pay off. The difference between not recasting and recasting. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. Winter Soldier. Wouldn't mind the boys so much if they at least gave a super chat. My best to you and the family, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate that so much. Let's see. I got a lot more. I'm sorry. Angel, what you got? Always on point. Hi, Eman, fam. X-Men has been confirmed, so I will need the King and Storm at some point in the future, right? Recast T'Challa. Yes, I absolutely would love T'Challa and Storm on the big screen, because we need black love positively, not black toxic love like the comics been like. We need them to have, I don't know, a sustainable family, a sustainable relationship. Can I don't know, our heroes be role models, please? J Mart, what you got? Evening, E-Man. Rockstar did an interview with Iman Vellani, Ms. Marvel, and she said what Marvel does changes things very last minute. Maybe they might do the same with Black Panther Wakanda Forever. Yes. I don't know how much more proof people need. Marvel can do whatever they want. I say that all the time, and people just don't understand. Marvel, y'all keep thinking Marvel's like every other studio. Marvel is not like every other studio. Other studios are like, wait, we got a deadline, we got to do this, and that's it. Listen, Marvel will change stuff on a dime. Okay, let me tell you something. The director, producer of Ms. Marvel, not the director, it was producer. She said that the script, for the story for for Ms. Marvel had already been done before COVID. Okay, we just got it like earlier this year. So before 2020, they already had the script and everything done and the story for Ms. Marvel. Spoiler alert coming up, by the way. But when it was only a couple months after the script was done, they got a call from Kevin Feige like, hey, go ahead and talk about mutants. That's how on the fly Marvel will change things. That great little moment at the end of the movie, at the end of the series, Kevin Feige called that in at the last minute and was like, yo, y'all can go ahead and say it. I'm giving y'all the green light to do this right now. Marvel can do whatever they want. So yes, you're absolutely right. They can change stuff up. They can add things. And that's one of the reasons why I am going to give this movie a shot. Snotty, what you got? Or Snob, sorry. Don't forget Heimdall has a son, another fatherless black child, and the white man Ross gets to help save Wakanda. Really? Recast T'Challa. Well, to be fair, we don't know Ross's full role in the movie, so I'm not going to judge that until I see it. But unfortunately, yes, there is a tired trope of black characters not having daddies. Like, that kind of sucks. Now, does that mean that everybody's got to have a daddy? No, there are other characters. I mean, Tony Stark lost his dad and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, like, the point that I think some people are trying to make is that you don't have to reinforce a trope that does affect people in real life, right? Now, does that mean that no black character can never lose a debt? No, but it doesn't mean that we need to double down on it either. So I think that helps. By the way, shout out to, oh my gosh, hold on. I didn't even look at my phone. I'm sorry. I'm trying to go fast. Shout out to Daryl for the $7 Cash App, RecastTChalla, possibly with scrolls involved. I'll take that. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate you sending some love right back. My man Terrence Francis, thank you so much for the $10 Cash App as well. Want to make sure I give y'all some love right back. Marcellus, thank you so much. You don't know how many people you bless. Oh my gosh, thank you. Thank you for the $42 Cash App. Shout out to 42 Chadwick Boseman. Thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. Like, y'all bless me. Like, what are you talking about? Like, y'all, the fact that y'all 715 of y'all are here, y'all bless me. Don't forget that. So again, thank y'all for this. Let's see. Thank you for keeping your word to me on Blip Theory. Absolutely. Marsha Reese, boy, listen. Y'all know I'll be busy, but Marsha Reese was like, "Where's my Blip Theory ninja?" I said, "Okay, I'm coming. Took me a couple months, but I got it. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Deborah, oh my gosh. Atlanteans upset after half their people are gone. Shuri dealing with a quake. Ant-Man was presumed dead. Recast T'Challa. Facts. There are many different ways that the Blip story could still happen. Let's hope. Let's hope Wakanda Forever does that too. Let's hope. I don't know, but we'll see. Thank you, Deborah. I appreciate you all the time. Always coming through with the super chats. I really do appreciate it. I'm going because, hey, look, listen, y'all. The next story is Campea, so I'm trying to hurry up now. We got to talk about Mr. John Campea. Aleve, what you got? I'm also curious how they explain not having the same fanfare for T'Chaka. Things going on in the world isn't enough. Stuff always going down in 616. Yes. Yes, I agree. I'm very curious, and again, this is why I gotta watch and see what they gonna do. All right. Oh man, these bots are out here. Shola, what you got? It's not just Superman's, it's multiple Clark Kents. Yes. Also, it's not a mantle. Nobody is sitting here like, oh, look at Kal-El. Oh, look at Kalala Abala. You know, like, no, it's always Clark Kent, Kal-El, Superman. That's what it is. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate you. All right, I'm moving, y'all. I'm moving. Because we got to talk about Mr. Campea. William, Agent Ross in that Black Panther suit. Jesus, please not. No, I don't even want to entertain that. Thank you for that. Greg, yo, E-Man, what's up? My new top choice is Trevante Rhodes. Have you seen Mike's trailer? Your thoughts? Love the trailer. I'm fine with Trevante Rhodes. I told y'all from the jump. I'm fighting just to have T'Challa recast. I'm trying to keep the brother alive. I'm trying to keep the portrayal going. Then we can talk about everybody else that could come there. But if they end T'Challa permanently, which I pray Marvel does not do, ain't no point in talking about all these actors. Ain't no point if they don't do that. So I'm trying not to put the cart before the horse, but I'm fighting for that. But if it's Trevante, absolutely. He's fantastic. Let's see. Cal Payne, I don't see your comment, but thank you so much either way. Marsha Reese, Cash, Frank Rambeau, Monica's daddy. Look, I'm down with that too. Get the daddies in there. Yes, you get them in there. Listen, don't encourage people too much now. Don't listen, my inbox be full. Okay, like Google already like, hey, look, you gonna pay for this extra storage or not? Your inbox is full. What you gonna do? So thank you. Eric, email, all jokes aside, I'd pay big money to see you debate Grace Randolph about Recast T'Challa. I defended the petition, and she told me the petition makes no sense and blocked me, and it's been months now. Listen, whenever, however, yes, if she's willing to have that conversation, I will have that. I don't think she would want that, but open invite, Grace Randolph, I don't care who it is, anybody. Y'all want to talk Recast T'Challa? If something don't make sense, I will do it. I will help it make sense for you. I will. Now, I will say, and I'm not talking about Grace, there are some people that want to be willfully ignorant. There are some people that don't want to do the work. This is one of the reasons why I did not attack Grace Randolph, but I did comment and critique the fact that she was reporting things about Recast T'Challa without doing the due diligence as a influencer to inform herself about what it's about. How you not gonna know how does the petition not make sense when the petition is as simple as like a 5-year-old can understand? Did you read the petition? And again, if you have questions, reach out, ask. We just had some people, and we're going to talk about it. We just had some people from John Campea's show ask genuine questions. They asked genuine questions. And you know what happened? I responded to them. We had a conversation, and they were like, thank you. That's all we needed to know. And that was it. So when people say that something doesn't make sense, I question, well, what you going to do about it? Are you going to seek knowledge, or are you going to be ignorant about it later on? And I've told y'all this. I'd rather be stupid, dumb, or misinformed for one day than be ignorant for the rest of my life. But that's just me. So if that ever happens, I'm welcome to it. Tell Grace I said what's up. Tell Grace I would love to have a conversation with her. She can come on my channel. I can go on her channel. I don't care. Hey, even if she want to have a private conversation, I am always open to explain to people how Recast T'Challa is about Black representation, supporting the Black kids that are inspired by the character, honoring Chadwick Boseman and his memory, and keeping the portrayal of T'Challa going in whatever form. If that's hard to understand, I don't know what to tell people, but I would still be very happy to tell anyone that. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate you. All right, are we about to get ready? Are we about to get into Mr. Campea? No, we're not. Leap said no. Mara just trying to help me behind the mask. Yes, I need to watch Marvel Behind the Mask. Yes, you're right. You're right. Thanks, Mara and the lead. You're right. I be having it on the y'all don't know. Anyway, now it's time. Let's talk about Mr. John Campea. Whoo! Let me first say, first and foremost, that John is a YouTube content creator, and he is fantastic at it. Right?
Salutation.
He has a wonderful channel, which I would encourage you all to go subscribe and go check it out. I have only recently been a fan of John's channel, right? I've always known about him, but I haven't like actually watched or anything until like recently, like a couple of months ago. I signed up because hey, he's doing we in the same space. You know what I'm saying? He's talking movie news and I'm talking movie news, and he loves movies. I love movies. So, there it is. And here's the thing. There are a lot of things that I agree with John Campea, right? There are things I disagree with. But what I always respect about him is that he does carry himself with an air of respect, at least for most things that I've seen. Now, with that, I also will say that this is not an attack. Let's make that clear. I'm not in the business of attacking nobody. And it was brought to my attention that in the more recent episodes that he had, that he was talking Recast T'Challa, and I jumped into it because y'all hit me up and was like, "Yo, he's talking about Recast T'Challa," and I was like, "Oh, okay, let me get in there." So I jumped in there, and I saw what was going on, and I'm gonna show y'all. I'm not gonna play the full clip. Y'all can go to his channel again. I encourage y'all, go subscribe. He's a good guy, good show. But there was some issues, and we're gonna talk about those issues. So let me pull this up. All right, I think I want to watch it with y'all. So, because apparently he said something that a lot of people took issue with. A lot of people was like, "That's how you feel, John? That's what you said?" So I'm gonna talk about it real quick, because he made a certain claim, and in his claim, a lot of people didn't agree with it. Okay, so we're gonna pull this out one more time. And let's listen to what he said. Hold on. All right. Let's see. My man John Campea said something that got a lot of people feeling some type of way. All right. Here's a segment of his episode, and I think it's only like a minute. Like, I didn't want to put the full thing out, but I wanted to at least give people some context. So let's go ahead and listen to what John had to say.
Greetings and salutations. In the wake of the new trailer for Black Panther Wakanda Forever, there is now a fan movement sharing #RecastTChalla and calling for a boycott of the film, as they believe the decision not to recast was disrespectful to both Chadwick Boseman and the character of T'Challa. Honestly, I feel like there was really nothing Marvel could have done that would have been an ideal situation. Anyway, what are y'all's thoughts here, and do you think this could have a significant impact on the film?
I'm kind of the grandfather of the whole Recast T'Challa movement. I mean, like, once the initial wave and shock of everything, like the passing of Chadwick happened and people started to discuss again, well, you know, what do they do now with the Black Panther character? I was one of the first people to say this T'Challa is too important of a character. What Chadwick Boseman did and the work that he did to kind of make this character a part of our zeitgeist is too important. Recast it, carry it on. That's what you need to do. So
Well. Let me tell you something. Y'all know that I do the best I can to be, again, as informed as possible when I make commentary, when I talk about things and whatnot, right? Y'all also know I got receipts. Y'all know I got receipts. One of the things that I wanted to do, well, first of all, let me just say that when I started the petition and all that, and I've told y'all this, so if you're new here, this might be new for some of you. I never did none of this for clout. I never did none of this for clicks. I never did none of this for the views. You know, which is it's so laughable to me. I gotta hit him with the Sagat laugh. What? I'm doing this for fame. I'm doing this for clicks. I'm doing this for what? Do you really think that challenging Marvel is a good way to get popular? Are you kidding me? Challenging Marvel on an emotional, sensitive situation. Y'all really think that's gonna get me popular views? For what? If I wanted to be popular, I would agree with everything Marvel says. Oh yeah, let's go, Marvel. Rah! But y'all know I always keep it funky. I'm gonna tell you what I like and I'm gonna tell you what I don't like, because I believe it's better to be authentic. Because I don't need nobody sitting here thinking like, oh, you're just a Marvel shill, or oh, you're just a hater. No, I give it to you funky. All right. And because I try to make sure I have a level of integrity with what I say and what I do, and like I said, this movement has never been about me. I've always tried to say that because this movement is about Black representation, it's about honoring Chadwick Boseman, and so on and so forth. I don't care who gets the credit. I don't care. I don't care if somebody else gets the shine. How many times do I highlight y'all for going viral? How many times do I elevate and show you all when somebody quotes you in a big publication and you sitting here talking about Recast T'Challa? Because I don't need the shine. I don't need it. I don't care for it. I don't want it. I just want this franchise to be great. I just want T'Challa to continue. I want to honor Chadwick. That's it. That's my goal. Do y'all see my face on here? Is my face on any of these Recast T'Challa shirts? Do y'all ever see Recast T'Challa and E-Man on the back? No, because it's not about me. And because it's not about me, I don't care if other people want to take the credit. Let me also say this. Again, I told y'all this is not an attack on John Campea at all, because I've shown y'all in one of my videos where I highlight celebrities and influencers that talk about Recast T'Challa. He was one of them. He was one of them. So again, I have no problem with that. Now, again, because I say I like to be consistent and credible about this stuff. When John Campea says that he was the grandfather of Recast T'Challa, y'all, he's actually right. I'm sorry to disappoint anybody. He is actually right. And I actually went through his channel and I did the research, and it was in Chadwick passed in August 20th, I want to say 2022 or 2020. August 31st, go look it up on his channel. John was talking about recast would actually be a good idea. He did. He talked about it. And even after that, and this was in August, so this is fresh, maybe a week into Chadwick dying or so, John talked about how picking up and continuing Chadwick's work as T'Challa would be a good idea. Now, to be fair, he was still a little wiggly with it. Because again, it's fresh off the death and all this stuff. He dedicated a whole video on Chadwick Boseman. He talked about the possibility of recasting. Now, hey, look, your boy, I was in the middle of grieving. I showed you, I cried when Chadwick passed. I ain't cried for a lot of people now. I've cried for Chadwick, and I've cried for my favorite basketball player, Kobe Bryant. Those are the only people I really cried for celebrity-wise. I think I posted a video, and this is back when I was doing a recap. That's for the OG followers right there. In like September or something like that. And it was only like a minor video. I was just like, man, I'm still processing, blah, blah, blah. I think they should recast. I think, my mind wasn't there. I was still grieving. It still hurt. And then in November, once again, John came. And when the news came out that the producer was not going to do CGI and all that stuff, John said again, recasting would be a good idea. He didn't, so I have no problem with my man coming in saying that he was the grandfather of Recast T'Challa. Yo, if you're not against this, you with us. I'm with that. But let me clear up one thing, and let's not mistake it now. John Campea can be the grandfather, but don't forget, I'm the daddy. Oh, I'm the father of Recast T'Challa. Okay, just a humble brag real quick. I'm still the father that got this going. Okay, and all I'm saying is we can coexist. That's all. That's all I'm saying. We can coexist. Okay, I'm the daddy that got the hashtag going. I'm the one that got the petition going. I'm the one that went on TV. Shout out to Tony Baker and Gerald the Eighth. I'm the one. I'm just, listen, I don't even want to brag. This is just for fun. But in all seriousness, it's really just, again, I don't care. I don't care. If some major, blue checkmark person came out and said, yo, we should recast T'Challa, and if that got it done, I don't care. I'd be like, good job. Thank you. If Kanye West wanted to come out here and say, yo, recast T'Challa, and that changed everybody's mind and it worked, thank you, Kanye. I don't care. It's okay. I told y'all, I don't need no limelight now. I just don't. It's not that big of a deal. It's a bigger cause than me. So if John wanted to pop it, yeah, but bro, come on in. You got it. You the granddaddy. I'm still the daddy though. I'm still the daddy. I'm gonna take that. I'm still the daddy. Anywho, I did want to comment on that. Again, I got nothing but love and respect for John. I respect him for what he does as a YouTuber. I respect him for his opinion, even if we don't agree on certain things. By the way, I do appreciate him being an advocate for RecastTChalla. He doesn't have to, but he has done it. Now, with that said, I want to also comment on some things that happened during the show. One of the things is what you see right here. And I also want to say that, we don't need to attack John Campea because he's reacting to what this person sent in. This person sent in a comment based off of some fake news. We gonna talk about that fake news, but some people are getting the wrong impression for RecastTChalla, and guess what? John's gonna respond to that. Now, where I'm disappointed in John, I'm a little disappointed that he didn't take the time to just research beyond the hashtag. I am disappointed in that. I really kind of wished he would have looked it up, read an article, because I'm sorry, there are tons of articles that say RecastTChalla started with this petition. It's not something that just started trending out of nowhere. Let's go through the timeline real quick. Chadwick passed in August of 2020. Marvel said, we will not recast in December of 2020. No conditions. I started the RecastTChalla petition in April of 2021. We went viral many times. Many times we went viral. Okay? We trended multiple times. By the way, production on Black Panther did not start until June, and then it got delayed until July of 2021. So we came out long before production started. We trended long before all of that. When we hit 1,000 signatures, we were in the news. When we hit 10,000 signatures, we were in the news. I was doing interviews on national television. I was on MSNBC. I was on local interviews. It was out there. In November of 2021, Nate Moore got interviewed by Van Lathan, and that is where the comment came from, where he said, you will not see T'Challa, the 616 T'Challa. Why do you think he was prompted to answer that question? Because RecastTChalla was trending back then. We were trending, and it forced someone to bring it up to the producer. Nate Moore had to respond because we were already trending before production and during production. And guess what? In December of 2021, remember the whole little vaccine situation with Letitia Wright? We trended again. Why? Because people were talking about recast Shuri. Maybe we do need T'Challa back. We kept trending over and over and over again. And what did I tell you throughout that whole process? Y'all, when that trailer come out, we gonna trend again. Y'all, what just happened? For 5 days straight, we've been trending online. 5 days straight. People have been talking about RecastTChalla, Black Panther Wakanda Forever, or T'Challa. 5 days straight. But some people think that it's new. Hence why some people, like the person that emailed John, they are only getting their information just now. They're like, yo, where does recast thing come from? Why are y'all trying to recast now? We've been doing this since a whole year and a half. We've been out here. This ain't new. So it does disappoint me with so much information that's out there, with so many things. I mean, seriously, a Google search, simple Google search will do it. It's out there. I'm not saying everybody got to keep up with RecastTChalla news. I'm not saying that because it's not going to be as important for other people as it is for us. Totally get that. But Jesus, a Google search. What is RecastTChalla? What is it about? What petition? Google RecastTChalla petition? You don't think that's going to come up? So anyway, I wanted to respond to what John said. I don't have the clip, so forgive me. So I'm going to paraphrase real quick. John is responding to this person was saying, oh, RecastTChalla. Now they sitting here talking about a boycott. This is terrible, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Now, John went on to say that the boycott idea was stupid, it was bad, etc., etc. Right? Like, it was a silly idea. And it was misguided. To an extent, I agree. To an extent. But I want to take this moment, I don't know if John's watching or not, but in the event that he is, I wanted to pause a little bit of caution for John and anyone else that immediately attacks people that want to boycott. And what I'm saying is this. There are some people that want to boycott. And the reasons why they want to boycott might not be your own. And they might not be some that you understand. But at the end of the day, and I've said this from the jump, I respect what people want to do with their money. If people make the personal choice not to go watch something, not to go pay for something, that's their right. They're entitled to do that. They don't have to pay for anything that they don't want. And if they want to, I don't know, encourage other people to do that, that's also their right. They can do that if they want to. It's not that, like, again, people have the right to do what they want with their money. Period. And I would also bring in this other element. Some of the people that want to boycott don't want to do it because they don't want to double down on Black Death. Some of the people don't want to sit here and feed into what they perceive as the erasure or minimizing of Black strong male characters. That's their opinion. That's how they feel. Let people feel how they want to feel. You don't have to agree. And I'm not going to call it stupid because that's just how they feel. But with that said, let's shift over real quick to the next topic. Boycott Black Panther. Because if y'all saw in that last thing, it is said that, RecastTChalla is trying to boycott Black Panther. And I was sitting there like, what? When did we say that? Who said that? Where does it say that? What you talking about, Willis? What? You have irresponsible media like Giant Freaking Robot, and you got all these other clickbaits out there. Look at this freaking title. Chadwick Boseman causes fans to boycott Black Panther 2. Are you serious? Are you serious? How dare y'all? How dare y'all? It's so irresponsible because even when you read that article and many of the others, they don't even talk about boycotting. That's how irresponsible some of these things are because people only read headlines. So what happens? The person that emailed John only read this headline and they was like, oh, RecastTChalla because I don't know nothing about it. I just saw it trending today. So it trends today. I don't know nothing about it. I see this article. It's got to be that. Clickbait is real, people. And again, this is why I don't, disparage or belittle John for reacting because he's reacting to what people are saying. He doesn't know if RecastTChalla is pushing this or not, but he's just responding to a question. Again, reach out. I wish you would, Google search something because I guarantee you in the entire petition for RecastTChalla, not one word is about boycotting. Not one word is about encouraging people not to go watch this movie. I barely tell y'all what to do with y'all money when I do movie reviews. I tell y'all, like, look, I don't like this movie. Go watch it for yourself. because that's your right. That's what you're entitled to do. Go do what you want to do with your money. It ain't for me to decide. You want to boycott? Okay. I don't agree with it. And let me explain why I don't agree with a boycott. I'm a Black Panther fan. I'm also a huge supporter for Black representation. What is this Black Panther movie all about? This Black Panther, we don't know. We know a couple leaks. Maybe they're true. Maybe they're not. We just saw the synopsis. We don't know exactly when it takes place or not. What do I look like sitting here talking about, yo, we need Black representation, and I'm not going to represent and support the Black people that are actually there? Am I going to sit here and insult or disrespect people that want to boycott? No, I'm not. Am I also going to not uplift and support Black people that are working? Yes, I am. That's why I'm going to give this movie a shot. That's why I'm not going to tell people, don't go watch this movie. I'm not going to use my platform for that. I'm not going to discourage it, but I'm also not going to sit here and advocate for it. That's y'all decision, whoever it is. If y'all want to do it, hey, cool for you. But let me tell you one thing. That ain't what RecastTChalla is. That's not what was on the petition. That is absolutely, there's nothing in the petition at all. Let's look at it now. There is nothing in here that talks about boycotting this movie. Nothing. At all. At all. That is not what we are about. That is not what the now 61,151,000 people, that's not what they signed on for. People can still feel that. You can still feel that you want to boycott if that's how you feel. But don't associate that with this petition, because that's not what everyone signed up for. That's not. You want to do it? Go ahead. I'm not going to sit here and stop you because that's your money. But please do not associate that with this, because that's not what this is. I respect everybody's feelings on this. Even the people that don't want a recast. I respect y'all too. The people that want to boycott, I respect your feelings. I don't have to agree with what y'all do, but I can respect the feelings. I'm not going to call y'all stupid for it, because y'all entitled to feel how you want to feel. It's not that hard. So, no, I personally do not endorse a boycott of Black Panther 2. I haven't seen it yet. Just now, there are certain things that I know. There are certain things that I cannot say publicly. There are certain things that have come across my attention that have informed many of my opinions. But with that said, I'm still going to go watch this movie. I'm still going to give him a shot just in case. Just in case it takes place during the blip. Just in case maybe there's a variant. Just in case it doesn't double down on the black man's death. Just in case. I'm still going to give it a shot. That's me. Now, I also want to take this time to, because of this misinformation that's out there, because this is misinformation, you know, and incredibly irresponsible by whoever wrote this. Like, yo, get a clue. Stop reacting to the hashtags. Reach out. Ask questions. Don't do clickbait. Something. Yeah, I don't even think this even talked about it. Yep, no link to the petition, nothing. Real whack, real whack. Good journalism, right? I also want to take this time to address a couple things that people have brought to my attention because of the misinformation that's gone about. Is RecastTChalla sexist? Let me explain something for people too. When I first started this petition, I took notes from other movements and I saw other viral social movements that happen. And one of the things that I took note of was how quickly messages can get hijacked. That whole boycott thing, hijacked. There are legitimate Black Panther fans and people that want T'Challa recast that want to boycott. But that's not the message that has gone in the petition. That's not the message that everybody signed on. So it got hijacked. There are people out there that do say sexist, misogynist things in the name of Recast T'Challa. None of that is in the petition. None of that is something that is communicated whatsoever. So because, again, movements get hijacked all the time, I say, you know what? Let me try one thing that I haven't seen none of these other movements do. Let me maybe do an FAQ. Let me do something that defines what this is and what it's not. When you scroll down to the petition, and I put it there so ain't no excuses. And look, this is dated April 2021. Please read the FAQs of this petition. Okay? Let's just do it. You click on that, and it better work. Here go the FAQs. These are the FAQs, April 9th. Okay, so if you got, I don't know what Recast T'Challa is. What is it? There go the FAQs. Like, seriously, if the petition did not make sense, there's an FAQ right at the bottom answering all y'all questions that I already knew y'all was going to have. Let's go through some of them real quick. But I want to get to the specific one. Is it too soon to recast? Recast T'Challa is not calling for an immediate recast. Kill that noise right now. Ain't nobody asking for an immediate recast, not on this petition. Let's move on. Is it disrespectful to recast with another actor? Not at all. And I give you a full explanation why that's the case. Okay? Why? What if I can't see nobody else but Chadwick Boseman? I give you all of the reasons why. All of the reasons with empathy. It's understandable that emotional recency bias may prevent people from seeing it. I give you all that. I talk about it. Can somebody else be Black Panther like Shuri? Absolutely, but that ain't the point because this ain't a conversation about the mantle. It's not a conversation about the mantle. But let's get to this one right here. This is the juicy one. Is Recast T'Challa sexist in preventing a woman or others to becoming the next Black Panther? Let's see what I wrote ever since April 2021. Absolutely not. To the contrary, T'Challa's presence was a perfect mechanism of demonstrating a strong Black man, uplifting a strong Black woman, and vice versa. There is no better form of representation for Black culture than to perpetuate the image of a Black man and woman being seen together, powerful and supportive of one another. This call is not exclusionary to seeing anyone else take up the mantle of Black Panther. As a matter of fact, this is a call to allow T'Challa and anyone else of any gender orientation to excel at the same damn time. I added the extra damn in there. So is Recast T'Challa sexist? Is it sexist to want to see a Black man and a Black woman on the big screen together? If that's sexist, I guess. Did y'all change the definition of sexism? Because I want both elevated at the same time. I want both to be on screen for everybody to see. I've said many times, you want to put T'Challa in the background for a moment? That's cool. We need time to breathe. I get it. We need time to breathe. We got to grieve. I get it. But I've also said we should not play the substitution game where we put down one character or gender, I don't care which gender we're talking about, to elevate the other. That is not progress. That is not inclusion. You cannot have inclusion if you're engaging in exclusion. They contradict one another. Okay? So absolutely, Recast T'Challa is not sexist because I have zero problem. There is no reason for Shuri or anybody else to take up the mantle because it's just a mantle. The mantle is secondary. The characters are primary. The characters define the mantles. I've told y'all, I have 3 black, beautiful daughters. You don't think I want them to see a strong black woman on screen? Why do you think I'm going to have them still watch this movie? You don't think I want them to see 2 of the smartest people in the entire world are 2 black women? What are y'all saying? Stop taking preconceived biases based off of 1 or 2 people online that you ain't never meet in your life and cast that on an entire movement that does not support that ideology. Please stop that. Do better. Take some time. Educate yourself. Be aware. Ask questions. I told y'all, shout out to Chris from the John Campea show. Shout out to her. I had a whole conversation with her online because she asked that question during the show. She asked, hey, is some of the negativity that's coming from Recast T'Challa, is it coming from people just not wanting to see a woman on the throne? Now, she didn't ask that from a hater, negative point of view. She asked that because she was genuinely curious. And I responded to her and I asked her and I told her, I was like, yo, that's absolutely not the case. Yo, check out the petition. Yo, we here for that. I'm down with that. I made a whole video saying we should give Shuri more screen time. We should have Shuri go out there and do the same thing that y'all did with Sam Wilson. Go ahead and give her a Disney Plus series and make her the lead of a movie. Build her up. So all of this whole like, oh, it's sexist, this misogynist and all this stuff, y'all sound foolish. You sound, I'm not calling you foolish. You sound foolish based off of the information that's there and what has been presented. If you're going to judge an entire group based off of like 1 or 2 people, random people online, that's a problem. You are no better than the other people that miscategorize other social movements based on the few and not the many. I'm not going to name no movements because Jesus, I have named some things and people have taken it and be like, how dare you comparing a character with this important message and this? I'm not even going to do that no more. Nope. But I'm saying, judge us by the petition. That's all. I've said that from the jump. Go to change.org/RecastTChalla and make your assumption, make your judgments off of that. Make it off of that. If you look at the petition and you don't like it, cool. Because there's nothing else I could tell you. And that's fine. I respect your disagreement. But please, don't sit here and make these accusations. Don't make all these assumptions based on little to no evidence or shaky evidence at best. Just because somebody called you out your name. We don't condone that. Y'all don't see me calling people out their name because they disagree with Recast T'Challa. Y'all don't see me. I don't accept that. I reject that. I reject any misogyny, sexism, bigotry, any negativity in the name of Recast T'Challa. Because guess what? Chadwick wouldn't stand for that. And guess what? T'Challa doesn't stand for that. So what I look like, backing that up? What does this whole thing look like supporting that? I can't control other people out there. The one thing I could control was what was in that petition and what I say, at least to all of you. Not one word has been about boycotting. Not one word has been about putting down black women, especially. So I wanted to clear that up. There was one more thing I wanted to clear up before we head out. And that was something that I got into some hot water about. Not too long ago, when the trailer came out, I posted a tweet, and not only did I post the tweet, but I also posted it under Marvel's trailer for Black Panther Wakanda Forever. And when I posted it, I had said, I asked the question. It was kind of rhetorical, but whatever. I had an agenda, according to some people, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. Let me pull it up because I do want to make sure. Y'all not gonna let me pull it up? Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. I do want to give this proper context so that everybody understands where I was coming from with this. People didn't like it. I understood. I wasn't, again, this ain't for clicks or bait or whatever. I did it because that's how I felt. And I do want to take a moment to explain why I felt that way. So give me a second real quick. I'm gonna pull this up. I apologize for not having it before. Where is it? There we go. All right. I got it. Copy and paste. There we go. So I pulled this up and I said this. I copied and paste, so it's still the same thing. I asked this. Serious questions. How is this not exploitive? Did people not mourn Chadwick's passing? Why is this in the Marvel Studios Black Panther Wakanda Forever marketing? It's incredibly unsettling to see real-life Black trauma used as a way to generate profit. All right. Now, a lot of people didn't care for that comment. A lot of people were upset. A lot of people were like, yo. Now, some people agreed, but a lot of people were like, yo, how dare you? Marvel's making a tribute to their friend, to their coworker, to their colleague. How could you sit here and say that it's exploitive? Let me explain. Because when I made this, not only was I also in my emotions, but there was a reason why I said it. And there was something that went right over people's heads. When I said this, let's look at what I actually said. Why is this in the Black Panther Wakanda Forever marketing? What is the purpose of a trailer? The purpose of a trailer is to promote a movie. It is to sell tickets. That's the only purpose of a trailer. To get butts in seats. In anything in what I said, did I say, Marvel, you are terrible human beings? Did I say, Marvel, your hearts are evil? Did I call Marvel outside their name? Not at all. I didn't say nothing against their intentions. I didn't say nothing about that. I said, why is it in the marketing? It feels unsettling. It feels odd. It feels weird that the real life trauma of losing Chadwick and putting that imagery in your promotion, it feels weird that you're putting it in a trailer, which at the end of the day, the trailer, I'm not talking about the movie. The movie is made as a tribute to Chadwick. The trailer is made to make money. The trailer is made to get people into the theater. It feels weird to me that you're using his imagery in the marketing. There's a difference. If y'all gonna put this in the movie, fine. If y'all gonna make the movie a tribute, fine. Why are you marketing this? Is the movie free? Is the movie something for charity? The movie's still for profit, right? So when I say that it feels weird, it feels weird. And I know some people might miss this, so let me give you a real life example of the difference. I want to give you the example. I told y'all one of my favorite people in the world was Kobe Bryant. When Kobe Bryant passed away, hurt me so deep. But you know what happened when Kobe passed away? Because a lot of people have said like, hey, yo, we need to collectively mourn. And I agree with that. That's fine. I mourned for Kobe when he passed. But when Kobe passed away, the Los Angeles Lakers went to ABC, whatever, and they paid money to create a tribute ceremony program, commercial free. What does that tell you? That means that everybody could tune in for free to watch this ceremony and watch Kobe's friends, family, everybody come together and celebrate this man's life for free. Fans in and out the stadium, whatever, we got to tune in and collectively mourn this brother for free. You didn't see some Tide commercial. You didn't see some advertisement for some prescription drug. We got to tune in for the collective purpose of paying tribute and mourning Kobe Bryant. At the same time, Marvel Studios did the same thing. When Chadwick passed, we all mourned. We were all grieving. They also, I mean, Marvel, Disney, it's all the same thing, so I don't know how much it is, but whatever. They played an absolutely beautiful tribute to Chadwick Boseman. They promoted it. They said, hey, at such and such time on this night, y'all, we gonna pay tribute to Chadwick Boseman with a beautiful tribute. They put his imagery in there and everything. And we watched it commercial free. We watched it commercial free. But that's not what's happening with a movie. The movie, again, the movie itself probably is in honor tribute to Chadwick. I'm not talking about the movie. I'm talking about the promotion. I'm talking about the marketing. Why are you using the imagery in the marketing? And yes, of course, I have receipts. Not only is it in the trailer, but look at this. This was on Marvel. Let me get the banner out the way. This was on Facebook. This is the thumbnail used on Facebook. Maybe I don't know if you could see it or not. It says suggested for you, which means that this is a paid ad to promote the trailer from Marvel's verified account. Why are you promoting this? You're advertising this. You've paid money to promote this to get butts in seats to come see the movie. Again, let me say it for the people in the back that don't listen all the time. I'm not talking about the fact that his imagery is in the movie. I'm not talking about that the cast and crew put their hearts and soul, blood, sweat, and tears into the movie to tribute to their friend. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about marketing his image, his face. When you know we are mourning this brother, when you know we are grieving for him, why is it in the marketing and promotion to sell tickets to the movie? That's what I'm talking about. It's a movie at the end of the day to make profit. Nobody made money off of Kobe Bryant's memorial. No one made money off of playing that beautiful tribute to Chadwick by Marvel Studios, no less. No one was making money off of that. So yes, I will admit, I am very, very uncomfortable. I'm very, very unsettled. It feels weird as hell that it is in the promotion and marketing to use his imagery when you know we all know the situation. Again, and I challenge you on this. If you were to watch, because some people said, well, what if we never saw Chadwick's image at all? That would be disrespectful. Are you sure? Are you sure? Because I challenge anybody to watch that Black Panther Wakanda Forever trailer again. And I want you to imagine that they took that little quick scene out. Imagine that they took it out. Do you really think we wouldn't put two and two together that the funeral was for T'Challa? Do you really think that we couldn't put two and two together that the mourning on the screen by the cast and crew wasn't for Chadwick and T'Challa? You don't think people are sophisticated enough to understand? I mean, hold on now. For all the people that are against Recast T'Challa, y'all told us that the movie was in tribute to T'Challa and to Chadwick. So if you knew that the movie was made in honor and tribute to Chadwick, what difference would it have made if they didn't put that imagery in there? In the promotion I'm talking about, not the movie, in the promotion. So I do feel it's a little intellectually dishonest to suggest that this was necessary. Because I think vast majority of people that are going to watch this movie know Chadwick Boseman passed away. Vast majority of people care about Chadwick Boseman, the cast, crew, and all of that. And a vast majority of them also know that this movie is in tribute to Chadwick. So if you know these three things, why do you need this in the marketing and promotion? You know this already. We can't put two and two together? Did I not just read the official synopsis that said T'Challa dies and this is about honoring and all that stuff? We know this. Why do you have to make it why does it have to be in the marketing? Again, does this mean Marvel are evil, black-hearted people? No. They might be a little misguided. Maybe. But I believe their hearts are in the right place. I'm sure that they mean well. This is why I carefully said what I said. I feel unsettled. It feels awkward to me. It feels odd to me. I feel uncomfortable that it's in your marketing and promotion. I didn't feel odd when you guys were doing trailers for the tribute. I thought it was beautiful. I thought it was commendable. I thought it was amazing. But y'all didn't ask me to pay for it. You didn't make it a pay-per-view event. That also would have been awkward too. So that's the difference when I say and question whether this was exploitive or not. Because I don't like the idea that we're taking this real brother's tragedy. You're taking his face. Y'all, here's the other thing. Y'all could have just put up an image of Black Panther in a mask. You could have done that. But y'all took his image, Chadwick's face, and y'all put it in the marketing, in the same mechanism, the same vehicle that sells tickets. That's why I feel uncomfortable. That's why I felt uneasy. Anywho, that I wanted to at least get that off my chest. Y'all let me know how you feel about the marketing. Again, not talking about the movie, not talking about the motive or the hearts of the cast and crew. We're not talking about that. I'm talking about the trailer. I'm talking about the marketing and promotion for the movie. Y'all let me know how y'all feel about it. All right, we are at the 4-hour mark, which is long as ever. Ooh, my editor finna be mad at me. But y'all let me know any comments, thoughts down below. Let me hurry up and grab some of these other ones that I'm sure I missed. Whew, I will definitely be going through and reading all y'all comments later as well. But let me grab these real quick. Oh my God, it's so late. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to have y'all past your bedtimes. Yeah, so let me know about the whole boycott situation. I don't know, maybe you for boycotts. I don't know, maybe not. I don't know. Let me know about hey, is RecastTChalla Sexist? Y'all let me know. How did you feel about John Campea's commentary and all that? I told you he could be the granddaddy. I'm cool with that. Let that man be the granddaddy. Shoot, it take a village, right? It takes a village. I'm fine with it. But feel free to leave all of that in the comments. I'm still moving. There's a lot of comments. I'm sorry for not getting them earlier, but had to get my thoughts out real quick. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, this is gonna cost me a grip because I'm gonna have to break up all these videos. Yikes. But hey, we had to get a lot off the chest. We had to say a lot of things. So, it is what it is. I'm gonna take that. Okay, now I'm caught up. Jesus. Woo. Okay, I'm gonna try and go through these quick. No disrespect to nobody that's contributed. I'm gonna try and, it's already 4 hours. I don't want them to cut the lights off on us. That has happened before. Let's see. Brooke, what you got? Leave Mari out of this. Them hoes retired. Okay. All right. Yeah. Appreciate you though, Brooke. Thank you so much. Ms. McKeeba, where is his petition? We'll sign it to E-Man said, I'm the pappy. Recast T'Challa. He didn't listen again. He don't have to have a petition. He has been consistent. I told y'all. He's been saying this since August. I did not even talk about it. I mean, I made a video when Chadwick passed. I wasn't ready to talk about it until September. So yeah, I mean, John's, he did his thing. No shade to him, no diss, no beef at all. It is what it is. Like I said, I'm just a little disappointed he didn't look it up, just reach out, Google search something, but again, I also don't expect everyone to know stuff. I don't expect that. Like, there are people that are going to just find out about Recast T'Challa today. And they're gonna be like, what the hell is this? I just saw this thing trending. What is this? How dare they? Y'all gotta have patience. A lot of people don't have the privilege of watching these videos, having all the evidence, knowing all the information that you know now. This is kind of how I went into the petition. I took 2 to 3 months of researching and looking up Chadwick's stuff and what people said about Chadwick, and it took me months to research all that just to get comfortable enough to start the petition. So if it took me that long just to learn everything first, and I was still learning, by the way, y'all have to realize, have a little grace for other people that are just learning today. That's why I don't snap on everybody that's like, what's Recast T'Challa? I don't snap on them because I'm like, look, I don't expect you to nerd out the way I did, but let me help you. I'm here if you have questions. Dion, what you got? I think we may need to organize the real troops to tweet Recast T'Challa and give a disclaimer that we are not requesting a boycott. Fix the narrative. That's fine. That is totally fine. You could definitely do that. No problem about that. I think it is far better to we could do both, right? Dispel all these crazy narratives, dispel all this. I made a FAQ. There's an FAQ on there, and I need to update it actually. But there's an FAQ that tackled so many questions that people have today. And I talked about that a year and a half ago. I anticipated that many. It's probably like 80% of the comments and arguments that people have. A lot of that's already in the petition and in the FAQ. So right now, it's really the real challenge is, and I know it's frustrating for some of y'all, we got to start all over in terms of educating and people, making people aware. We have to. It's part of it. Eric, the folks saying boycott Black Panther 2 are like what Judas was to Jesus. They were to cause confusing and chaos, deflect on what the petition is all about. I'm gonna push back on that because there are people that are pro recast and they want to boycott. And again, I've said this before, that's their right. They're entitled to do what they want to do with their money. I'm just making it clear that the 61,000 plus people that have signed on, that's not what they signed on for. Some of them might choose to do that, but that's not the collective agreement that we came to on the petition. So collectively, when I go and talk about Recast T'Challa, when I wear this shirt, I'm not advocating a boycott because that's not part of this petition. That's not part of this message. That doesn't mean other people might not feel the same way. That doesn't mean other people might want to do something else. That's their prerogative. But what I'm not going to do is assign motive to them. I'm going to respect whatever they want to say and do, but I will ask that if you want to do something that's not in the petition, that's not what everyone signed on for, I would humbly ask that you do that without Recast T'Challa. I've seen some other things. There, no T'Challa, no ticket, no T'Challa. Fine, I respect that. If that's how y'all feel, cool. Push something else. Do something else. Because it's not fair to the 61,000 people that have signed on that might not want to endorse a boycott. It's not fair to change the narrative for them. It's not fair to sit here and take what they signed on for and use that for your own personal agenda. That's not fair. That's why I'm not that's why I'm not changing the things that have already been in the petition. Again, you have the right to do what you want to do, but let's respect the majority. Let's respect the folks that did not sign on for that. Let's respect that. And if you want to make a whole nother petition, you want to make a whole nother movement, please, fine. You got the right to do that. But let's stay consistent with that at least. Thank you so much, Eric. Appreciate you. Coming. Majin, what you got? Generic question, but E-Man, your top 5 favorite movies of all time. Jesus Christ. What? Come on, man. I ain't got that kind of stuff. Matrix. A movie. Bro, I can't answer that. I don't know. I'd have to sit down and really think about that. What kind of question is that? I mean, I can't answer that. I'm sorry. Matrix is in there. It's in my top 5. I'm gonna give you that. It's in there. If I can think of some other ones along the way, I guess. But that's crazy. Listen, one of the worst questions to ever ask a movie critic is, what's your favorite movie of all time? It is one of the hardest, most insane questions to ask. And I'm not downing you or nothing. I'm just saying it's impossible to answer. Now, I'll give you this. A better question would be, what's your favorite drama? What's your favorite sci-fi? What's your top 5 Marvel movies? That help us out. Give us a little bit more. Do you know how many movies I have to watch in a year? The average person might only watch, I don't know, a movie a month. That's like 12 movies. I have to watch at least 50 movies in a year. That's a movie every week. I've been doing this since 2015. No, 2013. And I've been watching movies even longer than that. And you want me to pick just 5? Jesus. I can't do that. That's like asking me to pick my favorite kid. I can't. All of them, even Kobe, little punk self with his 2 balls. Yeah, all of them. Okay, I'm moving up. If you don't get that joke, you should have been watching in the beginning. Who we got? Howard. Iron Standard tweet. So far, the film has been marketed as a memorial service for Chadwick and T'Challa. That's the draw at this point. Yeah, that is what they're doing. And again, I just think they can do that without using his face. You can put in T'Challa we trust. You can put, we love our king. You can do all of these. This is almost like how when I tell people you can make a sex scene in a movie without actually showing nudity, right? Or even, let's say you want to do something more traumatic. You can show a rape scene or an abusive scene without actually showing it. You can do these things because we're sophisticated enough to understand, something bad happened. I understand what you mean. There's always a different way. There are always multiple ways to do these things. And like I've said very clearly, it just made me uncomfortable that they put that in the marketing. Thank you so much. My man, Mr. Bobby Wright, super late, just got out of class. I'm probably not going to watch the Till movie. Either I'm actually related to him on my father's side. Wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Hey, brother, I understand. Listen, You don't have to. There is no obligation. Totally feel you on that, though. Totally feel you on that. Thank you for that. Killmonger. I'm sorry, Ruben. Killmonger. I can't wait for the post-credit scenes. Recast T'Challa. I can't support that. Listen, he's dead. Killmonger's dead. He needs to stay dead. I'm very okay if that man stays dead. I'm not sitting here rooting for somebody who every time he come across a black woman, he fights. Have y'all ever noticed that? Have y'all ever noticed that? When Killmonger comes across black women, he fight them. Killed his girlfriend, choked out the lady, in the plants or whatever. Fought the Dora Milaje, fought Shuri. Is this y'all hero? The one that just abuses and fights black women all the time? I'm good on that. Meanwhile, T'Challa was out here listening to black women, loving black women, supporting black women. Recast T'Challa. Come through. Thank you so much. Ms. McKeever, what you got? I told my sister when the trailer comes up on my timeline, it feels like when we got the link for my cousin's funeral at the height of COVID. Still haven't watched the BP trailer. Recast T'Challa. Damn. Yeah. Sorry about that. And this is why I try and tell people, like, you have to respect people's feelings. You have to understand that people are going to feel some type of way, and you have to just respect it, even if you don't agree with it, even if you don't grieve the same way. I saw somebody with a blue check mark that will remain nameless having issues because some people didn't want to bring their children out of the potentiality of black trauma being in this movie. Some people don't want to have their black children re-mourn, re-grieve Chadwick and T'Challa again. And some people are like, just take your kids anyway. Just tell your kids to grow up. Just have those kids bring in. Why are you such a bad parent? Jeez, are you serious? Are we that insensitive? Are we that just, do we lack that much empathy for people? If that's the way you grieve and that's the way you mourn and you're okay with doubling down and doing it again, cool. But we really gonna disparage other people that feel different? This is real for people. Black trauma is real for people. I just told y'all about the Emmett Till stuff. It's real for people. Imagine telling people, you telling black people no less, oh, it's just a slave movie, get over it. Oh, it's just a slave movie. Why don't you just educate your kids on slavery? Maybe I don't want to subject them to that. Maybe I don't need them to see that imagery. Maybe I'd like to wait for them to get older and then we go do that. Have a little empathy, please. On whatever side you on. I don't care what side you on. Just have some empathy. Thank you for that, Ms. McKeever. I appreciate you. Planet, I was going to say fitness. The ignorance that surrounds this side of the conversation is baffling. It's not about a mantle. It's never been about the mantle. This is facts. This is in the petition. It's very clear. No one is saying nobody else can be Black Panther. This is not recast Black Panther. It's recast T'Challa. I understand some people have difficulty separating the man from the mantle, but the character matters. The character matters. Thank you for that, Planet. Appreciate you. Planet, back at it. Major support to you, E, and this movement. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. Let's see. I got a couple more here. Ooh, I cannot wait to read all these comments. It's like a fulfilling comments in here. Let's go. Baker, what you got? BP trailer left me questioning, was this art imitating life or what? Not a fan of not a fan. Replay gang here. Here I come. Baby formula shopping kept me out. All good, all good. Thank you so much for that. Baker's Life. I appreciate you. And shout out once again to the replay gang for sure. Let's see who else. Are we almost up? Oh, there we go. Oh my God. Brooke, go to sleep. Brooke, it's past bedtime. Go to sleep, please. No. No, we're not gonna do that here. We're not gonna do that here. Okay, let's see. What else do we have? I think we are all good and caught up. Y'all, I appreciate y'all so much. You know, when I tell you I cannot appreciate you for everything that you've done, feel free to keep on going with RecastTChalla. It is definitely not something that needs to stop. I've told people like, well, when is RecastTChalla gonna stop? When T'Challa's recast. That's all. Not that hard. When we see T'Challa, or at least a hint, something, I'll stop then. Maybe I stop after the movie. Maybe the movie shows me something. I'm like, oh, okay, we good. You know, but we'll see. But I want to appreciate y'all. Like I said, there is no live chat next week. I will be hanging out and spending time with my family. You know, they gotta have some time too. You know, personally, I gotta clear my own head. Got my own little. I need some peace. I need some peace. So I will be out and about and away. So yes, no live chat. But of course, you know, we're gonna pick that up right after the week after. So I really hope that you guys have a good time. I hope that you all do well. Hold on, we got one real quick one. Let me grab this. I strongly support RecastTChalla movement. We can't wait another 30 years to see T'Challa on the big screen. I totally agree. Totally agree. And thank you so much for that. Let's see what else. You know, please, y'all see misinformation out there about RecastTChalla, correct it. If y'all see people being negative, sometimes we have to help each other. Listen, some of y'all had to pull me back. Some of y'all had to be like, yo, E-Man, delete that tweet. Yo, E-Man, this ain't worth the fight. You listen, and I appreciate y'all, right? Because I'm passionate, obviously, and I will jump into these things. But we have to hold each other accountable. So if you see some people out there wilding out in the name of RecastTChalla, yo, it's just as important to speak out against it right then and there. It's just as we got to hold ourselves accountable because, again, they're watching. They're waiting for us to fail. They're waiting for people to step up. They're waiting for people, to slip up. They're waiting for people. They want you to cuss them out. They want you to call them out their name so that some people have that agenda. I can't wait to quote and retweet to show how terrible you are because I show enough love my confirmation bias. Be careful. Be careful. Keep it lovely. Keep it respectful. That is the best way to honor Chadwick, to honor Black Panther, to honor the franchise and T'Challa. All right. Keep it respectful. Shout out to y'all as well that are recommending me to other channels or talking to other channels on my behalf. Trust me, I will be happy to go on wherever to talk about it. Again, I would prefer to go on channels that might not be for recasting or that have a large audience that don't know about recasting because it's got to kind of sort of be about that, right? Like it's about bringing awareness. So if you're a Black Panther channel and you all about RecastTChalla, y'all don't need me. You don't need me to come on there. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, what the hell are y'all talking about John Campea for? What are y'all doing? Okay, I'm gonna have to read the channel. I'm gonna have to read the chat. I don't know what y'all doing. Let's see. Kid Anime, when in doubt, Wu-Tang out. You got it. Wu-Tang's for the kids, and so is E-Man. E-Man is for the kids too. Y'all know that. But anyway, I want to thank y'all again. I hope y'all have a fantastic night. I hope that you have a wonderful weekend. Y'all know the routine. Wash your hands and wash your butts. Be nice out there. Be positive. Show some love. Show some respect. And if that doesn't come your way, turn the other cheek and walk away. Damn, I'm out here rhyming. Man, shout out to Chief Wakil. Got me rapping now. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good night. I will see y'all not next week, but the other week. All right, y'all. Peace. RecastTChalla.